All right, let's get started. We don't have to do Joel alert. We don't have to do any of that. Turn the music off. It's just a regular old grounded permadeath attempt. Slay, your death last night was pretty brutal. That sucked. I was checking in like every now and then. All of a sudden you were just dead. Yes, also. Oh yeah, you can show the command. There we go. Perfect. Look at us. Professional Twitch people. I can still do the intro skip. So like I'm still gonna try and do like speedrun movement where it's appropriate. Obviously like to practice it. But I'm not gonna get like really bogged down and like being too over with it. That being said, fastest time is okay, well we missed intro skip. I'm not gonna restart though, because that feels like Dave scumming it. Tuna! Tuna, thank you for 2 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How did practice go yesterday? Are you on Streamlabs, Walter? I much prefer Stream Elements to Streamlabs.
In a box hype, in a box jam, in a box love.
Tuna. Yeah, a couple things will change. I won't be getting the hammer after school because I'll be doing the pipe. I think. Yeah, because I'll be doing the stun strat in school. So there's a few things where I'm gonna need to like think ahead as to what resources I actually want. A Nightbot. Oh, okay. I have a Nightbot purely for link moderation, but that will be changing. Connor! Connor, thank you for 25 months, and thank you for that tier 3 sub. The 6 points towards the Partner Plus program. We cracked 200 points last night. We are less than 150 points
so
away
thankful
from
for you and this
securing
incredible
Partner
community.
Plus program,
Proud to be a box
which
in a
is
box count.
mind-blowing. Hi, Mary, by the way. Your first attempt was great. You died in Capitol Hill because I got alerted for the first time ever, so I panicked, but I had a perfect school. Let's go. Hey, perfect school feels good. Anyway, I wasn't far enough over there. Crack. Chronic, thank you for the 100 bits.
Yikes.
Oh, thank you for starting the
Yikes.
hype train. Let's go.
Let me guess, you have a great
You're on cloud 9
personality.
after school. Hey, I
Is this
know that
really the
feeling. Like when I have a perfect restaurant, oh, so satisfying. It's almost the middle of the month. That means... I don't know what that means. That it's almost the middle of the month? Nailed it. Who's she? It'll be interesting to see, like, if we do get a completion, like, how fast this actually is. But, like, I'm not aiming to be fast outside of doing speedrun strats. Like, it's not the goal. The goal is still just getting a completion. So if I need to take a bunch of time, I'm going to be looting stuff, etc. Yeah, 2-8. So that's... It would have been a 155, so that's because we lost the 13 seconds from the intro skip. That's how much of a big deal that is. Yeah, safe upstairs courthouse. I'm so excited. It will be. It's gonna be a chill kind of experience, you know? Nowhere near as stressful.
Trusting you.
No, I'm not going to the bank. I don't need to go to the bank, so I'm not going to the bank. Thank you, Zumi. Kim Bite! What the heck? Kimbright, thank you for not only 20 months, but for that tier 2 sub. Enjoy your in a box fam emote, and thank you for the 2 points to the Partner Plus program.
In a
What
box
the
hype.
hell? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, we're actually gonna do it, guys. We're gonna get this fucking Partner Plus program. I feel like I'm allowing myself to start getting like actually excited about it. Whereas I feel like I was holding off for a while there, being like, no, still not happen. It's still not happen. Where it's like,
Hey, is Joel
it
up?
feels so tangible right now.
That sucks.
Super exciting. So we're gonna, if we get it, we're gonna throw a big old party in December.
Shut up. I was just about to get up.
It'll probably, I'm thinking of doing like some sort of like speedrun drinking game type stream. Something like that.
You're the talk of the town this morning.
And probably with some like incentives sprinkled in.
Let me see if I got this one. You kissed Dina.
Yeah.
She kissed me.
Still have to be,
Which
I
trigger
can't
set
let
to
myself
call you
get
a
too drunk.
not so nice word.
But something like that.
Then Joel decked him,
More of a push.
and then you got
No,
mad
so
at
it's
Joel.
part of the tournament,
confusing?
Zumi.
It was a strange night, man.
Is Pedro Pascal invited? Pedro
exciting.
Pascal is invited to every single party and or gathering and or house I'm in ever. Too much?
Hey, so we're okay, right?
Yeah, so not
You and me?
speedrunning for the tournament. Outside
Yeah,
of
of
doing
course.
some speedrun strats that I actually
Dina
feel
and I-
really, really confident in.
I know. It's just I don't want you to think.
Ellie, we're cool.
There are a couple sort of like OG strats that I did that whereas I found them safe, I don't necessarily remember all of the ins and outs of them. Specifically the strat I do in logging camp. I don't quite remember how it starts in terms of the RNG because there's 2 RNGs I have to pay attention to and I don't remember exactly what I do for each instance. Also right side hospital.
Want to grab some breakfast?
Because I don't think I speedrun hospital. Although
Where's Maria?
In the back.
my hospital speedrun feels really safe. I don't know. It's like I could speedrun the first part of hospital and then just play it safe at the stretcher. Maybe that's what I do.
When you go out, I want you to trade off with Tom.
Because honestly, that probably is
Those boys
safer
have
than
been up for
me
far too
trying
long.
to do the RNG
What about me?
management on right side that I used
You
to
go up to the
do.
Northwest Lookout. They're scheduled to arrive later today.
Kim does not have enough Pedro
Watch yourself.
Pascal candles. I have
Too many
2.
sightings of
I'm
infected
picturing Pedro
recently.
trying to play the Frostpunk
course.
board game with us. God, that
I was
would be
gonna check out the creek
amazing,
trails.
Brad.
I'll need someone else to cover.
I have 3
Ellie,
weeks to
you know the
do
creek
3
trails?
attempts, and the best
really.
run of those 3 is what
Dina's done
is
it a bunch. I'll have the 2 of them taken.
taken.
Well, that
Is
solves
what
that.
goes up against Killikar.
Ellie, can I talk to you for a
Hi,
sec?
SG.
What's up?
Chat has
Look, I
been
don't know what's going on
zooming
with you and
today.
Joel.
Nothing to do with Zoomy. So if
Maria.
I've missed anyone
God really
coming
cares
in or
about
saying
you.
hi, I hope
I'm
everyone
sure
a
he
good start
didn't
to your
mean to,
Monday. I'm feeling like,
Yeah.
if you can't tell, I'm feeling
Okay.
really good today.
Okay. Sorry to pry.
There's no like fever, no chills,
Be
no
safe.
anything. Don't have a headache. Don't feel weak.
Yo, Dina, assignments.
Gate girl.
Give me a
Wow.
minute.
I see how it is. The literal one thing is that my eye is kind of itchy. And I have eyeshadow on it, so I can't scratch it. Ugh. Did Walter ever answer the halfway through the month thing? There is no chills, only chills. Yeah, chill vibes. You did. I missed it. Sorry.
Gotcha. Fuck yeah. Ow! I mean, frick. Don't tell your
Kid.
eat that. Oh, you like that? Oh, eat snow, you little shit. Oh, suck it. Oh, I'm coming for you, Tiny. In your face.
Alright. Could have been a bit better. Dina didn't do the second throw on that kid.
How's it feel? No! Get her! Help me! You'll never get away with this! Get off of her, you monsters!
Thank you for that hype train, guys.
All right.
Why
All right,
did
we
she
actually
throw
have
the
some work to do.
snowball without
Aw,
actually
man.
throwing it?
I guess I asked for that, huh? Yep. Let's go.
Yeah, there's a quick throw animation. I guess that's what you're referring to.
So Jesse wants
'Cause
us to
it
do the creek
itches my
trails.
brain. It's
He's
you
gonna
press like
relieve Joel and Tommy.
you press L1,
nice to assign us
like
together.
there's a timing
You're gonna
to
like
it,
this
and you like
Morning,
press
girls.
L1 and then R2
Morning.
to do like a quick throw.
Hey, ladies.
Hi, cows.
Thank you.
It's a little speed run trick, you know.
That's a
Shooting from the hip with the snowballs, yes. I shouldn't be looking at any of these times because we are 13 seconds slow already. Okay, this would have been a 6:59. I'll just keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. Although it's like right now we're about to start like losing all time anyway because we won't be doing speedrun stuff, but habits. Old habits. No time checks. Bad. The 15th is when your rent is due for living in the box. Oh, although account for PvP as soon as it renews, right? It don't need to share it. Correct. Yeah, the sub like shares on stream have no relevance whatsoever to the actual tally. It's why some of these like I would never count them in the moment because they might have already had their payment process like a few days earlier or something, and now someone's just sharing it now. The points are counted as soon as the transaction completes. If you're not attempting the strats, you're not losing time, are you? Instead, compare it to your time on your last regular completion. Yeah, that's a good idea. My last regular completion, I actually don't remember what that December one was. Move this over a bit. Why is my heart rate so high? Why am I so worked up? All right, thank you for the good luck, Connor. So worked up. Because this should be my fastest ever completion if I get one. Like it.
Come on, this way.
I don't have an idea of how fast it's gonna be because I'm still gonna be doing so much looting.
You sure you don't want to do this when the sun's out? And it's warmer?
No.
Yeah, so it has
You don't
nothing
wanna
to do
just
with
tell me?
that. I'm sure a lot of resubs are gonna happen while I'm off. But all of those will be counted. I really didn't count as being crouched.
Been resting.
Okay.
You too.
Feel like the farther south we go, the prettier it's gotten.
You want to keep going? Just drive all the way to Mexico?
I'm still gonna do the speedrun strat for Arcade Bloater, and I'm
Manny's
also still
hometown.
gonna do it for Restaurant. I actually feel really confident in the speedrun Restaurant strat versus just the regular one I used to do.
Keep going like this. We're gonna be tired for today's trip. You did all this in the dark. Okay, smell okay?
Hi, Anguish. I am feeling
bet
much
these
better
past few
today,
days.
thank you, and thank you for the
She'll
good
be
luck.
fine.
Much better.
Stop being weird. You're freaking me out.
I'm not being weird.
Brewery, I will do the same as the speedrun, yes.
What? No.
What is that?
That strat
You'll be
feels
fine.
really, really good.
It's too high.
Come on.
Although I feel a bit
me.
unpracticed with that.
Abby,
Um,
stop looking down.
why was I expecting a runner to show and not Owen just then? A runner would be more exciting than Owen.
We have to go back this way.
Jaywind, probably.
Consider it an opportunity to work on your fears.
How about I work my foot up your ass?
Abby, stop flirting.
Huh. Anguished, if you don't want Buttspot to
I don't give a fuck.
mess with your messages, you can do ! Ignore ignore me. I was like, that's not 100% correct. Voice, what are we doing? What are we doing, voice? We okay? A gentle breeze coming through would be more exciting than Owen. Yeah, what was that? You just like telling it to shut up. Okay, understandable. You do you. Don't let me limit you.
Shit.
Voice. All right, I'm gonna head out.
Oh shit.
Cheers, thank you so much for 7 months. Thank you. Where's the Joel?
In a box per Joel, 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 in a box per Joel.
Thank you, Juice. Yeah, chat. All right, today the Pajol is very important. If this run dies, it's because this Pajol was not epic enough. So, be ready. Am I gonna grab this med kit? No.
Where's that lookout? Okay.
Hey, Chronic, you're a little early. No premature pajoling. No late pajoling. You pajole on time or you don't pajole at all. No inappropriate pajoling. You're so excited. Jerk. Alright. Can we go? Thank you. Ugh. Gross. Okay, chat. Fill my freaking screen right now.
Horse tracks.
Where's the Pajol? Jay.
Your hair, not likely.
Walter.
Yikes, yikes, and let me guess, you have a great personality. Is this
Hey, that
really
was
the
a
best
full
you could-
screen of green. Walter, thank you for the 100 bits. Hey, is it Abby or Tila? Thank you for the 2 months. Thank you, thank you. I think it's Sabby, right? Am I losing my mind? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Okay.
Good luck on the PPP.
I feel like I knew
In a
that,
box
and then
hype.
I doubted myself. Thank you so much for the 2 months. I really, really appreciate it. We're so close.
Do you miss being with him?
Our pill will help with that.
With Jesse?
No, because it's
Together
it
for
has
so
to be a
long.
minimum of 444
Look, Jesse's
bits
great.
for
I love his
TTS to kick in.
parents. They will always be family, but we were just
Okay,
on
I
autopilot.
thought so. I was like, I don't recognize that username.
Hey,
Oh
how
my
come we
goodness,
never
but
talked about
I know
this stuff?
Savvy, so
I don't know. It didn't feel...
appreciate it.
You
Should
never
be
really
good.
talked to me about Cat.
So we will be doing this run obviously as part of the
There isn't
raid
much to talk
train
about.
slot. And then I'll be raiding out at the end of my
I got
slot,
the
which is at
impression that
2
you didn't
p.m.
really like
Mountain
her.
Standard Time.
I don't care about her one way
This
or the
run,
other.
if it's alive, will continue
Okay.
tomorrow. And it will be
No, I
going
think she's a talented
till like
artist.
it completes or it
And I think she
finishes,
wasn't right
because
for
then
you.
I am off for a week.
Interesting.
Tomorrow is day
Okay.
44 of streaming in a
You can
row.
tie Shimmer up here.
No leaving. Thank you for the hydration check, Chronic. Hey, no worries, Walter.
Hey,
Playing to completion, yes. We're
You wanna see
finishing
something
live
spectacular?
on
you're
stream.
gonna put it in your face. right?
Ayo?
Nothing is that spectacular. Oh, brother. Come on, Stephen.
Well, I guess it won't be a full week. Like I'll be back next Monday. So not a full week. But I'll be taking like the 3 days off and then the weekend. So 5 days.
What do you think of this view, huh?
How will we live?
Nice.
You'll.
Yeah, this
I
fruit has
believe
its
in you.
perks.
You can make it. And honestly, with like all the stuff
Always
I've
I
like
knew.
lined up for like what I'm doing in my days off, it's like this is not gonna feel like a break at all. Because I really want to set up my stream decks. I'd like to set up the gamepad for speedrun input viewing, so that Shadow
Does
can
he?
be like, no, you pressed 7
Eugene.
million wrong buttons there. And
Right.
he's like, you're only supposed to push
Eugene.
1 and you pushed 7
Man, he was
million
funny.
incorrect ones, which is kind of impressive.
Plus, he taught me about rewiring electronics and stuff. May we all be that sharp at 73.
May we all,
May we all
make it to 73. Just want to do a check-in, just make sure that I haven't been messaged about anything. Ding, 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 ding. Imagine if you then press 7 million correct buttons, you'd be better than him by a factor of 7 million. I don't think there is any timeline where I am better than Shadow. He's too good. Hey, thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it, Christian. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Sign us in.
What was this place?
It used to be a radio tower.
Your hair, not like
That is most certainly
Yikes,
not how that
yikes,
works.
yikes, and let me guess, you have a great personality. Is this really the best you could do?
Thank you for
Turn
the
up your heads and we'll stop.
344 bits, Walter.
Take a look.
No, just keep
Here's the
doing
town.
math. That actually doesn't
the
add up
big
to
tower thing?
444.
Yep, that's where the next
I got
lookout
founder
is.
on your channel before Shadow did, so there's that.
Get
Take
back to the
that,
horses.
Shadow.
Question. Were you wearing those same clothes yesterday?
They're clean. It's patrol, you know.
I didn't jump at
Here to
all.
kill infected, not to look fancy.
So I'm gonna be doing Safe Patrol 1.
Come on.
Just because I can. Because I can. Safe Patrol 1. We're gonna be doing super safe, slow supermarket.
I think we
Hey
should go
Mac,
out like
how are
Eugene.
you?
From a stroke?
When's your first attempt,
Oh.
Mac?
From old age.
In your epic
Living a long
battle
life.
versus Tuna?
You? No way. Come on. You're way too reckless.
Look who's talking.
Well, you'll probably die from hypothermia from wearing canvas
Stop
sneakers
it!
in the snow.
Oh my god. I am wearing boots today. Dina. I'm not even speedrunning. You don't need to do this. You don't need to mess me up when I'm not even speedrunning.
Hey, should we check these houses out?
You're stuck in Toronto at Pearson,
Seems
hopefully
quiet,
tomorrow.
but
Nice.
you can if you
Well,
want.
not nice
Still
that
got
you're stuck
supplies.
in Toronto at Pearson, but nice for your first attempt. Oh, that was bad.
Your hair, not like it. Yikes,
Cry.
yikes, yikes, and let me guess, you have a great personality. Is this really the best you could do?
Chronic, thank you for the 444 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Looks like infected.
I mean, you got it, but then you didn't actually provide a
long do you think it would take
TTS
to bring down the
message.
nukes?
So you did the opposite of Walter.
One. Where the hell are they?
Let's go find him.
Hat time? That didn't add up to 1444.
It's down.
Did it not register?
It's one. Dina, this way. More runners. Let's keep it quiet.
I have a train next to my name now, so that's what matters. True. Absolutely all that matters. It's nice doing this encounter and not wanting to yell at everything. That's a nice feeling.
Your hair, not likely.
It's that time now.
Yikes, yikes, and
Let me guess, you have a great personality.
Is this really the best you could do?
I thought that was before the last cheer. But damn it, it's hat time now.
Folly, thank you for the 444 bits. It's true. We're gonna... Ailey? Nothing? Nobody saw anything. Waldo glasses. Random. These were added to the rotation after my Halloween costume. It's gonna look, kind of looks like I'm maybe supposed to be intentionally wearing these. You can't do this area full stealth. You've tried, really? This strat that I do is hyper consistent. Painted Ailey. Nerd in a box, yes. Have the brick. Can see if this runner dropped any ammo. Okay, Dina. Nope.
Is that all?
Your hair.
Oh my goodness, you guys!
Yikes.
What are you doing?
Yikes, and let me guess, you have a great personality. Is this really the best?
Tuna, thank
I
you
felt
for
left out in a box, worried.
Oh my god. Dina, go to the truck. Dina, there's a truck. Truck, Dina. Dina, you like climbing on trucks? You love climbing on trucks. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much, Tuna. That's really sweet of you.
Ellie, help me up there. I want to look around.
Alright, about 15 minutes until the train arrives. Exciting. No, but Soma has actually been calling Dina Tina when she messes up. But I didn't actually do it there, or at least I didn't intend to. Walter, thank you for the gift of the butt spot. Thank goodness. Now butt spot can use all of my emotes. Thank you, Walter.
Walter Mellon gifted a tier 1 sub to Buttspot. They have given 76 gift subs in the channel.
We'll go get these pills.
Ellie?
So I'm actually gonna get like upgrades and stuff.
Just banged up.
Because of
Please,
Tuna
guys, all
had
day
Tina.
don't want
No.
this I really don't want to keep you. Deal. Cool.
Did someone say Tuna? There is obviously Tina, who I mistakenly called Tuna one day.
This way.
So I guess I'll have to predominantly call her Tina if you're in chat.
I'm in.
Tiny Tina?
Got some alcohol.
No.
Couple of rags.
Today Dina is Tina, tomorrow Tina becomes
Here.
Tuna. It's the
yourself up.
obvious progression. I'm still gonna do the headshot strat here with the clickers. It's really fast and
I
simple.
see spores in there. Masks on.
Tiny Tuna is
Got it.
my favorite musician.
Remember, I don't want to have to shoot you in the face.
Aw, so
That's so
sweet.
sweet. All these spores mean they've been here for a while. Keep your eyes peeled for older infected.
7/2013.
Is this part of the
All of these
supermarket?
safes are gonna be a bit of a
Oh, no.
test.
I think we're above it. Let's get to the ground floor. Oh shit.
Maximum confusion. don't think that's it. Yeah, there's a few of the safes like that because they're date related. So they're inclusive for the various date formats. Let Dina hit it with the rifle or the gun. And I was like, yay, perfect.
My skin crawl.
She didn't.
Let's make sure the rest of the building's cleared out. And then get the fuck out of here. Dina.
It's the same combo for all safes in this game. The edging safe combo. Dina doesn't do things. You're right. You're right. My bad. My mistake.
I'll make... Here. Thanks. Careful with that. I'm a pro. We got some numbers here. What do you think? Get the runners first.
What a chill supermarket. Oh, nice. Not being worried about dying at all. Bum, 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 bum. Said it was too regular pattern-wise and too easy to crack. Really? Crack. It's the only Team 2 safe combo I've memorized to heart. Because of the tournament, Alex. Also, hello, Alex. I used to have basically all of them memorized. I would struggle with some of them now just because of not using them at all for speedrunning. Part of me is like, what if we just go loud here? It's really easy to go loud here. It's okay, Kim. It doesn't matter if you take a bunch of time. It's okay. No, that's not how it works. Get out of here.
Watch out!
Yes. Easy supermarket.
And he's still moving.
3 attempts, the farthest I can get, and then if I get a completion and if Killa gets a completion, or if we die at the same spot on our best run, then it's whoever was the fastest getting there. So speed is relevant insofar as it will be used to break
Hurl me
ties.
up through that hole in the roof.
Okay.
We already grabbed that.
Okay, that's good. Here I go.
Rob Lowe, oh, hi Rolo. Okie dokie.
Careful when you get up here. It's pretty windy.
That's what we wanted, Ellie. That's what I set up for. So Greg thought it was Zelda Discovery Noise as well, but
Over
it's
here.
not. It's John Cena related,
Storm's really picked up.
which is more random than if it was Zelda, but here we are.
Following you. Hey, how far away are we? Okay.
Hi, Kim's butt. My butt says hi back.
This is getting worse. We turn back. We won't make it. We're almost there.
Okay, Dina, that's fine. You do you.
I know, girl. I know. Keep going. Dina, how much further?
So, train probably... I guess we'll maybe get through Gondola before it gets here. It's like, I don't want it to arrive in the middle of Gondola, you know?
Ellie,
That wouldn't be the best
Come on.
timing.
This way. Where are we going? Just trust me. Get inside.
So we'll maybe just like take a little bit of our time getting through this next little bit, just so we're not doing Gondola when the train shows up. All right, I hope the meeting is swift.
I'll get the door.
You been here?
Rode by it. Never came inside.
What's going on here?
This has to be Eugene's.
Huh. Definitely Eugene's place. He was a Firefly?
He served with Tommy.
I'm a little nervous. I'm a little
no idea.
nervous.
Yeah. They got into some real dark shit.
Like what?
He said he blew up a checkpoint at Denver QZ, killed 3 soldiers. and 2
You're not
civilians.
Jeevan. You take that back.
Jesus.
He also told me that he and Tommy slow tortured some big Fedra general.
You're not
I don't know,
Jeevan
I
at
don't buy
all.
Tommy doing that.
He could do worse. Oh, that's better.
Oh wow. Impressive
Workbench,
workbench.
You're not going to bank. I'm not taking it bank. Oh, you're throwing
see.
a bit of a
How'd you
tantrum over there because I'm not going to bank? Is that what's happening?
Oh, hello. Ellie, look at the floor. There's more stuff down there.
You see a way down?
Not here.
Come on.
Should I tell Bree about the what cow incident? I said hi to the cows this morning. What was the cow incident?
What's he got down here?
What was it?
Well, it's
I don't remember
obviously
what
a
the
sex
cow
den.
incident was.
That's why he didn't tell you about it.
I hope it's a sex den. For his sake. He was so lonely, man.
Like a week ago.
Oh my
I-
god.
Bree is aware that I failed to say hi to the cows in the stadium. That has been, that was communicated. I don't know if there was another cow incident. Who was the rat? I wouldn't mind getting through the horde since it's so loud, and then we'll start with Gondola when the train is here. Hi Synchronicity. This is a challenge run. It's not a first playthrough of the game, but welcome in. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'd like to get through this part. We can get through here.
Oh, shit! Shit!
Oh my goodness. Jeebus. Make up the lies. Got a New Game Plus playthrough where they gave me the flamethrower somehow on Ellie.
Okay, I'm
Yeah, that didn't happen. Cool. We should just get through here. Cool size. I know. Spoilers. Oopsies. And it should be basically perfect timing.
Give me your hand! We're gonna have to run! There's too many of them!
I'll tell you, get going.
Come on, this way! Through here!
Just gonna get in through here and we will
Hold up!
probably pause inside. Good timing.
You okay?
Yeah.
I'll grab this.
Where the hell they all come from?
Great.
No matter. What does is where we going.
All right. Very cool. I'm nervous. Oh yeah, I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous. Ding, 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 ding. Still at the restaurant. Hi, little nerve. And switch over to this screen. Get all ready, all professional. Don't tell him, chat. Don't tell him what I'm actually like. Don't let him know. Occasionally walk on 2 arms and 2 legs if that helps, Walter. I'm not high. I'm so lost. What, Jeevan, are you okay? How are you feeling, Jeevan, by the way? I am most certainly not cool. I think is a pretty solid conclusion. Okay, you can tell him that, Polly. That would be okay. You could tell him that. I need to get my nails done. So look at these pinky nails. Look at the journey they're going on. They're having an adventure. Probably get them done next weekend, probably next Sunday. And then we'll be good. I'll have done all of the appointments that I need to have done. I'll come back Monday with new hair. I'm not gonna post any photos, so the first reveal of my new hair will be on stream next Monday. I'm not feigning. There's gameplay right there. Haven't gotten rid of the game. Loves the John Cena theme song. Thank you. I really love it too. It's super comfortable as well. It's from Black Milk. It makes me happy. I loved Sylvester when I was growing up. I freaking loved Sylvester. I'm gonna save that Walter because I think the train is just about to come in. Hi Jaywind, it's going really, really well. Thank you. Good to see you. So we can do a box check once they're here because yeah, it's I saw that she created the raid, so yeah, just wait until they're here and then I can, you know, put on a show or whatever. Just one baby chick. Come on over, Glasses. Yeah, let's go. Pulling up to the station.
You're hot, Cupcake.
How excited. Yay! Hello! Senses dance together. Welcome in, everyone! Welcome in, Women's Guild! Hello! The whole world celebrated with no more violence. Choo-choo! Hi, everyone! Dance, 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 dance. Welcome in! I hope you had a tremendously awesome stream. I love Arcane. That's 3SC Violet. Glasses, I was lurking earlier because I am on such a Stardew kick right now. So like the fact that you were playing Stardew was like, yes, please. Welcome in everyone from the Women's Guild as well as community members of Women's Guildies. Hi, my name is Kim. My full Twitch name is InABox44, but basically everyone in the community calls me Kim. These aren't real glasses. I'm wearing them for a daily reward right now. I felt the need to provide that information. I do challenge running and speed running is my primary content. So what I'm going to be doing for you all today is I am actually in a Last of Us 2 challenge run tournament at the moment. And I'm going to be doing a grounded permadeath attempt. Grounded is the highest difficulty for The Last of Us Part 2. And then permadeath means that if you die at any point, that's it. You have to go all the way back to the beginning. I have completed The Last of Us Part 2 7 times on grounded permadeath. 4 times no stipulations. Thank you for all these follows, by the way. I swear I'm not ignoring all of them. It means a lot to me. So 4 times no stipulations, 1 time no guns, 1 time no healing, and my most recent was kill all no guns. I'm actually working on speedrunning the game for the moment. I'm going for a sub 5 hour completion. The closest I've gotten was toward the end of the game, but I haven't fully got there yet. But I do have 3rd place on the speedrun.com leaderboard for the first half of the game. In the community, I was actually the first woman to complete grounded permadeath for The Last of Us Part 2. And this community that we fostered around this game, which is not only incredibly diverse in its cast, but has 2 strong, complex female characters, is my favorite game of all time and means the world to me. It is the reason I stream on Twitch. It's the reason I can have some like music going or whatever, some sort of production value. It's the reason I became a Twitch partner, and I'm really excited to share that all with you guys. So thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for the follows. I've seen a lot of names that I recognize and really look up to, and that's so cool to have you here. And yeah, if you have any questions about, oh yeah, I have I actually have Ellie's tattoo from The Last of Us Part 2, which I got as like a reward to myself for getting Twitch partner. Yeah. If you have any questions at all about like challenge running, speed running, grounded permadeath, about like being a woman challenge runner and speed runner on Twitch or anything, please don't hesitate to ask. It certainly can be an intimidating thing to get into. I certainly felt a lot of hesitation before taking the plunge because you don't see a lot of women in this space. And I actually feel like the Last of Us 2 community has been in a bit of an exception to that because there are a ton of women, femme-identifying, non-binary streamers that participate in this game, and that's freaking awesome. Oh, Walter, thank you for the gift of Kanara. Thank you. So yeah, get cozy. As a bit of a content warning, it is a violent
Walter Mellin
game,
gifted a tier 1 sub to
and it
Kihara.
can be fairly
They have
gory,
given 77
so
gift
if that's
subs
not your
in the
thing, I
channel.
completely understand if you don't want to watch, but just want to give you a heads up. I won't be watching any cutscenes, but there's sort of in-game spoilers if you're also looking to avoid spoilers. So just as a heads up. Welcome to Kim's Boxcar, Raid Train passengers. Oh my god, Jaywin, that's so witty. How did I miss that? Welcome to the Boxcar. Damn it. Thank you. My boyfriend actually does my emotes. It was one of those things. I have had the name In a Box since I like started being on the internet at age 10. I stole it from a friend. I thought it was cute. And so when I first registered on Twitch, I used the name In a Box, but I didn't think I would stream. And then it ended up working out that we'd like actually have themed my entire channel in some ways around a box. And yes, we are inappropriate with that at times as well. All right, I'm going to transition back over to the gameplay screen. It is fantastic to have you all here. The Women's Guild has meant so much to me. I have met some incredible creators through it. It's really been a bit of a saving grace when I'm going through some rough times. Last month was awful for me. October was an incredibly difficult month, and I will say that I received some support and love from the Women's Guild, and it meant the world. So it's really cool to have you all here. Choo choo! Let's go. So for anyone who might know the game, I am just sort of wrapping up the first section of it called Jackson. And then we'll hopefully be progressing to day 2. We won't get a completion today if it keeps going, because it's too long of a game. But I will be continuing this run tomorrow if, you know, you want to come back or whatever. All right, let's go.
I reckon we go out the back. We can make a break for the lodge.
I ain't got a better idea.
We gotta warn everyone. Come back with a cleanup crew.
We gotta live through this trouble.
God damn it! Some bitches are everywhere!
I'm all nervous. Because I picked up that pipe, I actually forgot that it would mess with my sequencing. So it's because I have been speedrunning this for months now. And with this tournament I'm in, I don't have to do the game as fast as before. You can see my heart rate. I'm nervous.
Up there, the window! That's our way out!
Some of the strats I'm doing are different, and I tried to do the speedrun strat there, realized that it wasn't going to work based on the loot I had done, and then messed it up.
Push it up onto the cart! We're getting inside! I'll get the gondola to the window! You two keep those infected off of me!
This is kind of one of the iconic parts of the game for sort of perma runners, where a lot of people like will sadly meet their end, and it kind of becomes memed as like dying in gondola. I do tend to have a fairly high heart rate. Just in general, I tend to exist perpetually anxious about everything. Okay, clicker's over there. Really am appreciative for all the follows as well, guys. Sorry if I'm not thanking for all of them individually.
Almost there! I got it! Come on!
Andy, how are you? Good to see you.
Hey!
All right,
Through the window!
so that's
Let's
gondola
go!
done. And that's kind of the first part of the game is now sort of
Get close
completed.
to us!
That's kind of the last scary
It's this
part
way.
of
Come on.
Jackson. And then there are 3 separate days
Head for
for
those
each
doors!
of the women protagonists that you
Through
kind of
here,
play
let's
through.
go!
Yeah, GG. Yep, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm gonna mess up immediately. I know it, and I did. It's okay, we got through. Where's the Pajol? Yes, Britt, nice. Almost close. I've been lurking a lot in the places the train has gone before me. I am on antibiotics right now for an infection that I'm recovering from, and so I have not been 100%. But I'm finally like feeling better today, so I'm excited to be like more participatory in the train going forward. Thanks, I appreciate that.
Tommy!
Yeah, as for Stardew, I'm actually like really intensely into like a min-max playthrough right now, where I'm trying to make as much money as possible by like the end of summer, or like into fall. And I'm playing for the first time on the expanded like or the Stardew Valley expanded mod pack, which has been super fun. Stardew's like one of my favorite games of all time. Like, there's Tilu 2, and then like Stardew is like also up there. I love Sebastian with my whole heart.
Joel? Tommy?
Where is that coming from?
So yeah, I've been playing Tilu 2 basically since I started streaming. I actually started as a as kind of a variety streamer, but then I found myself in the Last of Us 2 community, and I ended up watching a few people doing sort of grounded permadeath challenges, and just like I was so entranced by it. And like I have definitely lived most of my life being like, I'm bad at video games, and like carrying a lot of that sort of self-doubt and disbelief, and like never really thinking I could be good, because no one had ever told me I could be good, and no one had given me that kind of perspective. But there was something about this game where like I found myself just like paying attention to like the grounded perma runs and like learning as much as I could.
I couldn't get to the horses.
And then I did my first playthrough of this game on stream and was like, I'm gonna do a grounded permadeath per chapter sort of attempt, just kind of for fun. So there's 3 permadeath settings for this game. There's per chapter, per act, and whole game. So challenge that I'm doing is on whole game, which is the if you die at all, you go back to the very beginning. But there's also per chapter, where if you die, you go back to the start of the chapter. Thanks for lurking, Mox. Thank you, thank you. Bam! Thank you for the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy your box emotes. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's really sweet. And I ended up like only having sort of 20 deaths over my
Want to slip out that way?
my per chapter attempt, which is really good. And so I was like, maybe I can do grounded perma like whole game. So I started trying it. It took me 28 attempts, but on number 28 I actually managed to get it. And kind of never really looked back, and it's been a cornerstone of my channel ever since then. I've dabbled in some other stuff. I do some variety every now and then. I'm actually, so this is day 43 of streaming 44 days in a row for me. Normally I stream Monday to Friday, but I wanted to challenge myself to go live every day because I struggle with consistency sometimes. So I really wanted to be like, no, you find a way to go live every day. Particularly like when I'm struggling, I do suffer from a lot of sort of mental health stuff. And I know that a lot of people in the Women's Guild have expressed very similar things to stuff I've felt. My voice is cracking and it felt inappropriate, but here we are. So yeah, today is day 43 of 44 days in a row. You know very little of this game, but you're enjoying the stream. Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad. Bum, bum, bum. So, by comparison, when I speedrun this game, I generally get through this section of the game in about 38 minutes of in-game time. I wasn't speedrunning and we got through in 42 minutes and 39 seconds. Massive time loss. Hi, Nim. Love your glasses, thank you. It's actually a daily reward thing. It's the Waldo glasses from my Waldo Halloween costume. Hi, kinda girlish. Cupcake. Hello, hello. Guilty friends, my favorite. Hi, Bam. Good morning.
How lost are we?
Is your heart rate always as high when streaming? It's starting to look like good cardio. I do have good cardio.
Hey, have a little face.
Because of streaming. I think I'm a little bit more anxious today. I think
What about those crazy cannibals you said you and Joel ran into?
I think there's a little bit of nerves with like the raid train and like wanting to be entertaining and all that. Normally my heart rate's around like 80.
Maybe those black market smugglers back in Boston?
Do you not? Joel crossed a lot of people. I don't see the point in guessing.
Okay.
You could rock round glasses for real and not as a daily reward. If you ever needed glasses, that's good to know. Forever to find that Waldo costume in your closet. Nice, Wilkie. That's awesome. I don't know what's going on. What's happening? Who took my voice? Give it back. It was rude. Who did this?
Ellie, cars.
Yeah, I'm getting close. Start keeping an eye out. Got it.
Jeevan, I knew it was you. That leave pass. The leave pass does still not exist, Brit. Running on an elliptical. Ugh. No, thank you. I do not like ellipticals.
Turns out you do know where you're going.
I always found them so awkward when I would go to the gym and use them. Have I spoken to anyone about named Ursula lately? I guess it's like because streamers don't have legs, it's kind of like the Little Mermaid, but like instead of like turning your tail into legs, you're just getting legs. But no, not that I'm aware of.
Sure seems quiet.
You do like ellipticals? Nah,
How well we hide our
I think any of that kind of. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Any of that kind of. When you turn your stream off, you just fall over because you don't have legs to keep me upright, right? And then you just stay there until you pick yourself back up for the next stream. Hi, Ninja, welcome in. They're all backwards. Proper footpath is better suited for facing the other direction on them.
Yep. Watch the high spots.
Thank you for the hydration check, Jaywind. I just don't like cardio. Body, we doing this all day? We doing this all day? You're just gonna fight me? Fair enough.
Dina, hey, help me up here.
I'll keep an eye out. Just see if you can get the gate open from the other side.
Sounds good.
All right, no gate death, even though Zumi wants it. I guess we can do predictions. Obviously they're not going to be speedrun related predictions. I'm trying to remember. Or do we just do like a big sort of survive day one prediction, maybe?
I'm good. Just almost died.
I actually really like that idea, Fem. Yeah, it's like we could do damage, but
These fuckers.
I actually feel pretty good about getting through LD% with no damage. So we'll absolutely do the we shouldn't be doing that. It's still time is still relevant, so let's do we'll do no damage through day one. Yeah, we'll combine them. Sounds good. In the meantime, I'm gonna be over here croaking for some reason. Make it stop.
That's a generator.
Tea time, I know. Hi, Kiwi. How are you?
Oh, shit.
As an additional sort of very, very exciting thing that I'm super proud of, I'm in my 3rd month of pushing for the Partner Plus program, and we just cracked 200 points. So we're less than 150 points away from actually securing Partner Plus, which is
You're hot.
and I'm really proud of like the push we've done, and like just incredibly grateful sort of my community for the getting on board with getting me there. Is it Baritanani? I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but hello, welcome in. Yeah, we're pretty awesome. Thank you for that lurk.
Yes.
All right, there is a prediction running on if I will take damage in Ellie Day 1.
Well done!
Shit.
So I guess a main one for it will be tunnels. Tunnels 1. I guess it's too late. I can't go up there.
Had some codes on it.
That's fine. Unless, can you do this puzzle afterwards?
Someplace called Saravina Base.
You can't.
So we find it?
Hopefully
we find our first
maybe
WLF.
school. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing the stun strat. It's like I do have to make sure that like I don't just default to speedrun pathing, like that I actually go and get the stuff I want. We lost out on pills up top there. Because it's a lot of these segments are so just like run to the next encounter, right? You had to dab and just dance yesterday, and I thought of that Meg's emote every time. Nice. Brittany, Bari, that person over there, whatever is easier for you. Okay, sounds good. Well, hi, Brittany. It's good to have you here.
That's gotta be it.
Hey, Insanity. Good morning.
Okay. Let's find a way past this,
Okay. Here we go.
Come on.
It's out of gas.
God damn it. Well, what do we do now?
Oh shit. The note.
What?
The note mentioned that there's gas in the
Okay, so
courthouse garage.
I will
and
be
the
doing a
dome.
full
Alright.
loot of
Courthouse
downtown.
garage and the dome.
Save bank.
So what's the plan for finding these places?
So, where are
We
we?
get to do safe upstairs courthouse, which is really exciting.
Sure. We're here.
Ah, nice.
I fell
Mark
asleep
it up
last
as
night
we
with the
go.
train up and didn't realize someone's stream crashed, so you're late to join the party, but still glad I got to pop in. Yeah, that crash was unfortunate, but they managed to get it all
What the
fixed.
hell happened
and
out
people
here?
were still hyped about it.
I'm guessing the military bombed the shit out of this place.
Why would they do that?
Yeah, I'm
Sometimes
hoping
destroy parts
to
of
be a
the
lot
city
more
over
active with the train in
lost
the
and
next few
infected.
days.
Or to rebels.
Yesterday I was still
seems like
feeling fairly off,
Well,
recovering
usually
from
works.
an infection right now, so.
Hear that?
I hear it.
Tuffy. Train derailment. We don't have to do speed run of this area. That's so exciting. Oh no. Welcome back, Mark. Nothing. I'm amazed that that alerted to that. We should still be fine. Yeah. Oh, that clicker didn't even yell in my direction. We were so far away. I'm amazed that it alerted to
been to a
the door
courthouse?
prompt.
Nope.
You're telling me you never got in trouble back in Boston?
Oh, I got in trouble.
I guess I still could have
never
grabbed
landed
that
in the
later.
courthouse.
Oh, I also, you want to be careful there because you can glitch through the wall. Actually grab this. We'll get the craft melee upgrades for the extra resources. So resources in this game won't spawn unless you actually have the upgrade for it for a few of them. Like you can actually use the materials. My birthday!
Oh shit.
Serious shit going on here.
8 Game Award nominations for Alan Wake 2. Nice. I still
This might
haven't
come in
finished
handy.
my first playthrough of the first game remastered. Don't know if I'm going to be going back to it. Because we got so sidetracked with stuff. I'm still going to be doing the speedrun here because I feel really confident with it. Just going to double check that my pistol is reloaded. Yeah. I looked a couple times in Slays and there were a couple moments that like I did not like. Hello, Dina. Dina came out to impress today. Okay, so we still have the machete. Just in terms of animations.
Jesus. I think that's all of them. Here's our
You're starting a
gas.
replay, possible speedrun routing this
Come
week.
on.
That makes sense, actually, Jay. Because you really like that game. Doesn't surprise me that you want to
Empty.
speedrun it. I haven't got to play it yet,
Seriously?
so I have been avoiding
That
spoilers
giant
for it. I
tank?
want to get to it soon. It looks so damn
Stopped
good.
out.
It's like I was enjoying Alan Wake Remastered, so I would still like to go back to it. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it.
How do we get out of here?
Yeah, so during my first attempt at grounded permadeath, I died in this courthouse garage. My first 2 attempts. But I am now at the point where I feel pretty good with it.
Okay, let go.
I think she only took down 1.
job,
I think
babe.
Tina only took down 1.
Thanks.
Let's not give her too much credit.
Okay, cross the courthouse off the list.
Let's go find the dome. It might be worth grabbing some supplies before we press on.
You watched a couple of Tano streams that you played the remastered. So you don't know the story.
You kidding me? You trade half his stuff for a bag of beans.
Yeah, she was earlier on the train, Walter. I was watching her make a chicken soup. It was pretty cool.
How do they get inside these places?
I don't know, but I hate that shit.
And she has pretty epic purple hair.
We cleared this place out.
Practice the courthouse garage for hours, I think, and you're only now okay at it. I make about 75% of the time on grounded. Hey,
It's weird being in a QZ and not hearing trucks.
considering that I practiced that courthouse a lot and I still died my first 2
My
attempts,
sister
like
always avoided
it's
QZs.
always just about progress,
probably
about
why.
moving the moving
She
the
just got
bar.
more and more paranoid.
All right.
She'd sometimes wake up screaming in the middle of the night.
That's rough.
We always had a backpack so we could bail if something happened.
Princess Strat.
Never stayed in one place
I miss
for more than a few
Blagus.
weeks.
Someone make Blagus come
It
back.
sucked.
Oh shit.
That was some good scavenging.
Clean this place out. It's nice to have a place we call home, right?
Yeah. When I first got to Jackson, I was so overwhelmed by all the people.
All right.
I was over
Hey,
that.
that building's got something on top of it
I'm
called
supposed to go to
Dome Lake.
Barco's next. How to loot. Do not remember. I have not done Walter's box check. I meant to do it when the raid came in, and I completely forgot about it.
Oh shit. I got it.
Yeah, video game, no. Enough of that. I will grab that in a second. Thank you for the reminder. I'm not gonna grab the holster, the shotgun holster, because I want the long
What the
gun
hell is this
holster.
place?
Some kind of WLF something.
It was a brief map de-render. Forget the tank.
What went down here?
I'm not gonna
Looks
grab
like
that
an
alcohol.
ambush. Check out the bullet holes on the side of this truck.
Probably our WLF. Easy jump. Don't worry.
Worrying's in my...
All right, I will do a very brief box check. So I'm wearing a very cozy knitted sweater from Black Milk and then just black leggings. That's it. I love Black Milk. I love Black Milk an unhealthy amount. Backwards hat. Am I supposed to put these glasses backwards? What if I do upside down? Does that work? It doesn't really show up for you and it's just uncomfortable for me. Ready for Christmas. Yeah, it does kind of have that Christmas sweater feel. I really love like the turtleneck. It's very comfy, but it's not like overly warm, and with a lot of knitted sweaters they'll be like itchy, and this is not itchy at all. All right.
Blood, so.
Hey Neon, glad you
Yeah.
like it.
Check this out.
Good to see you.
This thing's a relic. Here we go.
Scene, thank you. We're fine. Everything's fine.
Ellie? Yeah?
You have such a good style. I just wear ugly hoodies and yoga pants. I mean, I have those days as well. I got all dressed up for the raid train. I definitely have those days. And what I've started doing is I get burnt out a lot on like getting fully ready for like stream to a point where like with all the makeup and the hair and stuff. So what I've been doing lately is if it's a day where I just can't stomach putting makeup on my face, I've just been doing no cam streams. I'm situationally fancy. She's so situationally fancy. She already knows. Yeah, I'm pretty good. We're on day 43 of 44 streaming days in a row. Which has been a lot. It's been there are some people in the guild who have absolutely incredible streaming streaks.
Distribution. Here we go.
And so like 43 feels very small in comparison, but for me it's a pretty big win. Thanks, Neon. How have you been? Workout? Who's she?
Alright, I got you.
So there is some sort of frame rate toggling in this game in order to affect the RNG. So there I actually toggle to 30 FPS, whereas I normally play on 60 FPS. Because it helps me avoid a runner giving me a slap. No, like Phaedron's streak is like 2,233 days in a row or something, which is absolutely incredible. Back to 60.
Okay.
Another Brit. Ooh. Streaming is more tiring than people know, especially when doing runs like this or speed runs. I think the speed run element of it as well. Like I think it was easier for me with grounded perma, just like regular attempts, because the runs aren't as exhausting. But the speed run the speed runs are so tiring.
Okay.
The Brits are taking over, the rise of the Brits, and it has nothing to do with like British people. Do I want to grab the extra resources here? I guess I should.
Yeah, so...
Oh, Jeevan, you have your moment.
My sister used to drag me to a cinema.
Can I be on the rise too?
Do you still
I mean, like, you guys had a pretty like big time like on the rise. Like you were risen for quite a while there.
I said one at Joel's grave. Sometimes I just say little ones to myself.
This way.
Right behind me. Hey, what are you doing?
Bet I can get to the other balcony with this.
Okay. Ellie, careful.
It's okay. You're hot.
Brian, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I do appreciate that there were a lot of people that followed when the train first came in, and I didn't say thank you to all of you, but I'm really, really appreciative.
Right.
I'm glad that you're all here. It has begun. That was easy.
Okay. Gate.
Okay, we'll do this middle building part. Started back up at the gym again back in October. It's been an adjustment, let's say that. Well, that's awesome though. Proud of you.
Getting homesick?
A little bit. You?
Same.
I've been working out online.
I've always dreamed of...
Okay, I have a personal trainer that I work out online with, and she has like an app.
I don't know.
And it's been really, really good for me. I've unfortunately had to put it on the back seat due to
Okay.
the infection
So
that
are
I
you
was
gonna
recovering from, but hoping to get back
raise
into it the
sheep
next
and
couple
milk
days.
cows?
Are you making fun of me?
No. It actually
A
sounds
Lily. Yeah, I don't
kinda
think I
nice.
know anyone
Really?
else named Lily, like in real
Really?
life or online. So this is actually normally when I would go to Barcos. So I did everything out of sequence. It's fine. It's because it's like I have my regular grounded perma sequencing, and then I also had the kill all no guns sequencing for downtown. Okay, we got everything except bank, right? Middle, we did Barcos. I have the tank.
Wow, that
You're
was
walking
an
to your
adventure.
gym, takes you 50 minutes to get there, work over 1 hour, and then walk back another 50 minutes. Today was raining on the way home.
big
That was my
city.
win for the
You
day.
barely started looking.
Yeah, I'd actually transitioning to online has been a big deal for me because it used to be about 30 minutes to drive to the gym where I would work out with my trainer. I just like, my schedule is never consistent enough to make that work. So being online, it means I get to work out at 11:30 p.m. and that is perfect for me. You had a cat named Lily. I see, Zumi. Yeah, 15 minutes in the
These old
rain.
generators are pretty finicky.
Hey,
so
Mado.
might take you a few tries of. Oh.
Sorry, go on.
Nothing.
No, I toggled it. Lies. I think I still do the double rifle here.
Well, no welcoming for me. Or they're just waiting for us.
It's like I could do the stealth, but I don't really feel the need to.
Keep an eye on those windows.
Big time. I know. This is the worst speed run ever. Let's just understand that.
You see that?
Another area where we toggle.
Watch it!
In terms of loot, I guess we'll get the canister. But I will be able to craft silencers. Like, part of it's like, I don't have a lot of, like, gun-related strats anymore because, my two big challengers were no guns. We don't need the rifle. So if you leave Saravina, or if you get to school and you have 0 rifle and 0 pistol, you will always spawn with 1 rifle and 1 pistol. It will give you up to those amounts. So I have 1 rifle right now, so picking up the rifle on the ground means I will be at 2, which would be better. If I was at 0, it would make sense to pick up that rifle, but I'm not at 0, so I should pick up this rifle. I thought about that too hard. Hi, Zartleys.
This one's fresh. And he's got one of those wolf patches.
Because I'm used to being there with 0 was the thing.
Guess I didn't make it out with
Boy,
the gas after all.
that was a moment.
Those fuckers who killed Joel got taken.
You guys
off with
should
some
definitely learn stuff from me. I
and
know
made
what I'm
stupid
doing.
death, Ellie. I'm not sure that's justice. Might as well grab what we can while we're here.
What? Sorry. So I won't be getting the hammer. No hammer tech this run. We'll probably end up with some crowbar tech, but that will be the extent of it. So...
Come on. We can get out.
Oh, we're full on this.
Yeah.
So, if you, like me, have moments of being really, truly silly, you might think that having 2 rifle bullets
I know you
is
said
worse
Tommy
than
had a
having
passport.
1 rifle bullet. Turns out that's not true.
Okay.
2 rifle bullets is actually
It wasn't
better
pretty.
than 1
I want
rifle
you to think
bullet.
that of Tommy.
And please ignore
If I had my
past
sister's
Kim
killers
if she
type in a
tries
chair.
to tell you otherwise.
You get the generator. I'll open the gate.
You remember the code?
The one written in blood? Yeah.
Holy. I was so like prepared for like this moment of like
Got it.
insight and education
And
before I was
I
like, wait a second.
Got
Because normally that's relevant when you have 0
Question.
rifle bullets.
Where does this
Because you will
take
get
us?
to school and it will give you one. So picking up that rifle bullet is a waste of time.
I say we find
That's
shelter
not
instead
what
of
had
camp.
happened.
Maybe somewhere high up so we can scope out the area.
I like that idea.
Yeah. Do not forget Chronic.
Get the other! Don't lose her!
Um,
Go!
So I still want to do pistol start. Yeah, you get the extra revolver if you do pistol start, so I will. I know, still make the whole place shimmer. Still make the whole place shimmer. These games are not friendly to horses, to say the least.
Dina!
Doritos. So this upcoming encounter is school, and it's generally considered one of the hardest sort of early encounters because it's the first time that you're fighting against enemies with guns. The infected, to a certain extent, while scary, can actually be easier than humans because they can't hit you from ranged. Hi, Carly. How are you? Good to see you. Hello, hello. Fellow guildmate. I'm good. I'm really good. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do the pistol headshot here. Get the extra revolver bullet. Dina, thank you.
Let's go. How many guys did you see?
Enough. We gotta get the hell out of here.
It was this way! Move up! Clear the rooms.
To the left, please. Thank you. Boop. Double boop. Oh, there's 2 enemies. Generally, I will just Molotov the first one I see. Just likely this one. Oh, she's kind of going... I'm gonna do him instead. Alright. We took damage, that's fine. Can you throw that? Thank you. Alright, we took damage. They didn't do the normal pathing that I like there, which is fine. But, well, there goes that prediction. Now it's just one more enemy here.
Coward!
Coward! Use my bullets carefully. Okay.
Must be around somewhere.
Tina, this is my spot though. This is my bookcase. You can have your own bookcase. Why do you need this bookcase? Tina.
No!
So because I've done a lot of challenge runs that actually are no guns, I don't tend to do a lot of strats that involve
You
guns
recognize any of these?
because they're not what I've trained for. We did get shot once. If someone's able to close the prediction. Hi, Gabe.
Those shots come from.
I love no guns. No guns challenges are my favorite.
Right.
You know? Yeah, I don't know. I tend to be terrible with guns, so that's kind of where my preference for it comes from. Yeah, congrats on getting no guns, Gabe. Freaking awesome. Thank you, Gina. So we do a little bit of enemy manipulation there, whereas I hold on to that woman long enough, and you can have your AI companions actually kill enemies if there's only one left. Like if there's 2 remaining and you're about to kill one, if they're in close proximity to another enemy, they'll actually go for the kill themselves. So that's a bit of the manipulation that we were doing there. Thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. Hi, Bacon. How are you? Good to see you. Okay, 2 enemies left in courtyard. And I'll be super sneaky on the roof. You just got back to the gym recently too. Nice. I do find that like exercising really does give you so many endorphins. Then I succeed. Then I did it. I win. She ascends to godhood and devours her boxies in the great nomming. Oh, yeah. That was in the fine print, though. You generally weren't supposed to say that out loud.
Quiet. All right.
Courtyard. We can actually go loot in here. So I generally don't take any upgrades until I get to TV station.
Fuck, there's a lot of them.
So excited to do Trap Mine Strat and TV station. Holy. Hi, Mads. How are you? Good to see you. Lots of stealth killing. So a big part of doing challenge runs for this game is going loud, aka alerting enemies, tends to be bad. Because that introduces randomness that you can't manage. So a lot of strats revolve around stealth.
What do we got? Anything?
Over there. Ellie, get down.
Hello?
Go loud? Got it. No.
Adrian's patrol. Fuck. Hey, you too.
There are challenge runs.
You seen anything?
No. Cover this roof. I'll check over here.
Where part of the stipulations are going loud. That's not what I was discounting. Yes, guys, there are exceptions to what I just said. If I'm providing a general overview of grounded permadeath, I'm not going to account for all of the ways that people add additional challenge. You're terrible at stealth. I love stealth. I am such a no, I love being like really careful and slow and considered with my gameplay. Some might say boring. Some might say that.
Come on.
So that's why this challenge actually works for me really well, because I get to be as stealthy as I want and it's considered strategic.
I got it. Come on.
Alcove, never forget, yes. There was one completion I did where I spent literally 30 minutes, like real time, 30 minutes waiting for the correct RNG in a location.
We need to get to the street.
Your no guns train yard was peak excitement. All right, guys. All right. No butts train yard. That's the worst train yard of all time. Who on earth would want to participate in that train yard? Okay.
You good? Yeah. Thought I was fucked back there. Thanks for the save.
Really?
By the way.
Okay.
Of course.
You liked living in the alcove? The alcove was
Wonder if there's
scary
anything
for
left
me.
in
I
these
was very
buildings.
stressed out in that alcove.
always something
I do
left
need to remember that I do have some damage marked on me. And I
So,
don't think
those
we'll
are
be
the
getting a
wolves.
snack
They're
anywhere.
really armed.
So if I want to, I can heal before
This many of them?
tunnels one,
Tommy
just
said this
because
was a
that's the one
possibility.
place where we're maybe at risk.
No?
No butts train yard? Well, so much for the caboose.
Fresh blood. I'm ready.
Yes, I
Yeah.
did take damage. I got shot once in school. I didn't want to pick that up. I didn't actually realize that the holster
Same.
would spawn there. Oh well. It's fine. That guy was having a moment, okay? He was taking a nap and we interrupted. It was my fault. I woke him up. He was grumpy after his nap. Hi, Elfo. Kill a car is my opponent.
There were a bunch trying to sneak me out around here.
How many?
I passed two, but I got a
Good thing you
feeling there were
forgot to
more.
bet then.
Once they realize we're out of the school.
And then
We got a bit of an unlucky RNG in school.
You're hot.
I'll be back in a
And
sec.
thank you for that follow. I
I'll keep
appreciate it.
watch.
It was just slightly atypical. It wasn't like I wasn't scared. Like even when we got shot, I wasn't worried. I was trying to get behind the bookcase so I wouldn't get shot. If I'd been more proactive, I should have moved behind the bookcase on the left when I knew she was gonna push up on that left side, but I wasn't proactive enough.
attacked like that.
Thank you for that hydration check. I will grab that
people aren't
in
like
a
us.
second.
What if we'd been refugees? What if we...
We can do
I
a
don't
prediction
know.
for the rest
How
of
do
day
you
one.
know?
Yeah, sure. Let's do
Doesn't
it.
seem like they care about that.
You're hot, Cupcake.
Littlest Swanny, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Get everything there.
I don't know.
Seems reckless.
Maybe they're dumb.
Maybe.
Brown. Please put the Molotov away. We don't need that. Since I don't have hammer, I'm not gonna do... speedrun here. I'm gonna do typical strat that I used to do
I
forever.
can still kind of see the buildings. How do you want to go?
Let's see.
The worst, you're not. At least you made something other than fucking burrito.
Game Awards voting Tilu easy win for best adaptation.
Somewhere in this area. And we're sure she ain't a Scar. Was riding a horse. Not a Scar. Well, Scars will probably. Let's do our job.
And I'm gonna be safe up top here as well, just because there's no reason not to be. Don't need to be fast, just need to be alive. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Jay. The show is so freaking incredible.
How do trespassers even
Be safe, I learned my lesson.
Deserters get out.
Yeah, a lot of just getting better at grounded perma is just iteration to find things that are consistent. Like Gabe, I think I remember seeing a comment on like where you were like, it took me forever to get my first completion, like how did I get no guns so fast? But it's like, but that's because of all of the time that you put into getting good initially. So like I did my no guns in 15 attempts and I could have gotten it earlier. Because like you found strats that are safe. So then you just need to do them again. Even if like, and like the knowledge that comes with what makes a strat safe as well.
I'm not doing your fucking job, dude. Go check the fucking traps.
So like taking that and then applying it to a new strat. I like waiting for this guy. I have alerted a few times during the speedrun doing that, so that's why I stopped. And I think that happened to me a couple times in regular grounded perma as well. Or I would get alerted from the people behind me in the flower shop. Was what happened. So that's why I changed my pathing there, and that's 100% consistent. The music in both Tilu games, like the ambiance and everything, all of the audio design is just excellent. Ellie% was easy to route for no guns because I barely use guns for her in a normal one. Exactly. That was the same for me. Leah!
Give me your hand.
Leah, thank you for 16 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the block. I appreciate that.
That round building. It looks like a TV station from the map.
Yeah, we have a prediction going. Will Kim take more damage in Ellie Day 1?
I don't know how I would have done
Take him, Matt.
Dina,
What the fuck was that?
come shoot at the
We ran into a
things.
trap. A what? Explosive traps.
Come on, Dina. Double kill? Yeah. Alright.
Okay.
I suppose, like, taking all that time just for a quarter of alcohol is very unnecessary, but whatever.
Where are you going? Hey, hold on a second.
Up the ladder. Looks like we should get a rifle. Parts, no PP note. No bank, no PP note.
Any wolves?
Ilky's the worst
I
nightmare.
didn't see any, but it's hard to tell. Oh, shit, Ellie? Fuck. Okay, come on.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not that sorry. You died at the traps in your first perma run? Did you actually? No way.
I don't want to think about that right now.
Oof. For nostalgia, damn. I admittedly was not as into the first game as I am into this game. I enjoyed the first game. I thought it was really well done. But this game shook me to my core. This game...
How'd this city get so wrecked?
The
Boston
power
didn't
of
have this, was it?
storytelling
Boston didn't have
distilled
a
into
full-blown
one
civil
video
war.
game.
Fireflies never put up this kind
Yeah,
of
I was
resistance.
sad. I would be too.
Whoa.
Hey Brian,
More
there's no way
bodies.
you'd survive Perma. So I am a
definitely
very
came this
firm
way.
advocate that I think anybody who
Tripwire.
puts the time into it can complete grounded permadeath on this game.
They're all over.
It's very hard.
Probably for
I am
infected.
not undermining that at all.
one step.
But
Yeah. Let's be careful.
I think it's mostly about
Are you okay?
time and persistence and dedication.
Yeah.
Hey Captain, what do you mean? What are my predictions for day 3? I don't know what that means. How long have I been playing? I have like 4,000 hours in this game. My first completion I got just over like 1,000 hours in the game. Maybe not that much. Oh, for part 3. I misread. That's my bad. I honestly don't have any predictions.
Really
Like
got this
outside of thinking that it'll be
Smart.
about in some way
That
like
works. Yeah. Seen Joel
The
do this.
Cure and Ellie, but I don't have predictions beyond that. Achievement. And I could never have predicted that this game would be what it is based on the first one. So in some way, like, I don't necessarily even want to try to predict. Nah, there's no way they'd go that far back. Like, that would have made sense as like a DLC, like Joel and
We're not
Tommy,
being
but
subtle right now.
this
Maybe Leah will
story
come to
has
us.
ultimately been about Ellie.
Or they might be waiting to ambush her.
What is happening? What is going on with brackets right now? Are we okay?
Empty.
Oh, we're making fun of Jeevan. Oh. Carry on.
Fuck.
The new S in chat that Ellie will just be will be just as important in the third as the second, so that's good news. Nice. Is Joel okay? Sure isn't, Tommy. My favorite part of this one. So my favorite day is Ellie Day 2. I just think it's got a lot of really like awesome environments and encounters that are really intense. My favorite part of the game, even though it breaks my heart every time I watch it, and that will never change, is the porch scene. Jimmy Cooper, Danny DLC, or Buzz?
Definitely not Tommy. I don't know. But it's a message. I hope not.
Which part of day
Keep
2?
your
So
eyes
the Seraphite sections is probably my favorite part. No, I saw ugly cried on stream for that porch scene. Like, I could not hold it back. Yeah, I mean, Hillcrest is like, I love Hillcrest and I love the Seraphite section. But even like the buildings in between, like it's all just so good. I do plan to heal, so. We shouldn't heal here now. Shouldn't heal here now because we can still take damage running through TV stations, so. Pork scene. The pork scene is not my favorite scene. Misuse everything is food. Here, could we read into that?
What is that?
We're actually gonna do our first upgrades here. Pork scene was part 1. Okay. So that's from missing the pills, missing the pills above the trailer at the gate, which is fine. Actually so like happy that I don't have to be worried about this at all in terms of movement. Just get through this.
Well, she's dead. How do you feel?
Keep your eyes open!
The fairy is terrifying. Like the fairy like still gives me anxiety. Come here. Are you dead? Is he actually dead? Did he actually die? There he is. Come here.
Someone there? You're done!
No, if I'm done, you have to run at me. Thank you. So what's nice about Tunnels 1 is we'll actually have this brick, which we normally don't have because we use it in this strat for the speedrun.
I hear more. This way. Come on. Oh shit! There!
Hey, down! We got them!
That strat seems better than your speedrun one. Have you thought about trying that? Yeah, tell me more. Tell me more about how an easier strat is better than the speedrun one. A resource-intensive strat.
All right. It'll work for now. Keep going. You're hot.
Pessimist Curse, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Glad to have you here.
Doors ahead. Masks.
Okay.
No. How do we, like, I want to get this consistent. There's like a way to like dive forward into that tunnel and I can't get it.
We gotta keep moving.
We do get another med kit, that's why I'm very comfortable using that there. Just to ensure if there's any tunnel shenanigans, like where we get through.
I thought they had us.
I know.
You're kind of screwed and grounded. You have a YouTube channel to help. I do actually have a YouTube channel and it has all of my completions on it. Save a couple of the no stipulations ones. I'd recommend if someone can link my YouTube !YT for YouTube. Thank you. My December 2021. And then I'm also happy to don't like that RNG. I'm also happy to answer questions if people have like areas that they want like help with. YT.
Dina.
Ooh. Fucking move it! Yeah, she got shot at too. Captain, I appreciate it. Yeah, I was pushing for YouTube partner earlier this year, but I kind of supplanted that push with going for the Partner Plus program. But I will be back on that YouTube grind probably in December.
Scars.
I wonder if that's who made all those murals.
I didn't do the sprint thing. Don't tell Shadow. Look, what, Mado?
the plan?
Got another ladder across there.
No, it's healing. My bad.
Okay. How do we get to it?
That'll do.
Am I gonna do the speedrun strat here? Didn't really think about it. Or just the regular one. Part of me is like, what even is the regular one? I had 666 subscribers? No way. Alright, sounds good, Pessimist. Good luck. Yeah, I'm always very happy to answer any sort of questions regarding strats or anything. I have a lot of knowledge regarding this game, so thanks for the hydration check. Should I just call you Barcode? Okay. I have a brick, right? Can't go back. I should have a brick. Yeah, I have a brick.
Got another sandwich! Just get out of here! Oh, watch out! I got you! I got you! Fuck!
What? Come on!
Gurge even _ gifted a tier 1 sub to Ellie Lee Limit. They have given 12 gift subs in the channel.
I would like an explanation, please. I would like one explanation. Sheesh. Well, new fear unlocked. What?
These assholes.
Hi, Tio.
They get you?
No, I'm clean.
The scariest part of that was when both shamblers were running at me and I had to like go in between them.
Almost done. Okay.
Yeah, I was actually lucky that I didn't get grabbed. If I get grabbed there, I just die.
As far as I can see.
I guess because I just slightly got stuck on that runner after I bricked.
Shamblers.
But it just gave it enough time to recover. Yeesh.
Yeah,
we'll get back all of those resources. Like, I'm not worried about actually going through those resources. That's another cool thing about having done the kill all no guns and then speedrunning. Like, you really do realize how much you can actually get.
Shit.
Particularly
Needs a
since I'll be
combination.
doing ammo manipulation for the arcade bloater. Not a big deal. Oh, you get hugged by the shambler. No, that's not an issue I have there.
Magic.
Oh, it's the wrong one. This is where the rag is. I'm gonna get the faster prone. No, I don't want that. Ammo manipulation arcade bloater. Yeah, so there's like a mercy system. I'm kind of tempted to do the speedrun strat for Tunnels 3. So if you have 3 or fewer bullets before you get to the arcade, so you have to like use up ammo previously, it will spawn in a bunch of mercy ammo for you. Notably 4 shotgun shells and some revolver ammo. And so that's how you do it in the speedrun, is you manipulate to that point. Arrows do not count for that. It's just bullets. I feel pretty good about the... Maybe I'll just craft stuff in case. We're also not full health, which I don't like, but... Okay. Oh, that fast pro. I forgot to keep holding R1. I forgot to keep holding R1. We're having a moment.
Move it!
We're dead. Woo! I should have just run regular strats. This tunnels, yeah, I'm having a moment, guys. Who needs resources? Anyway, so that's not how you do the speedrun. So I got super thrown off by my faster prone, and I let go of L1.
One sec.
Too easy. Hey, Ortiz. Like my brain was like, oh my god, fast prone here feels weird because of the speed run, and I let go of L1, and then I was like, oh well, I can't do the dive now, so I should have just gone prone. Like I should have just gone prone immediately instead of trying to do what I did.
Jesus. I wonder how long they
Lived,
keep these running
bitch.
past Outbreak Day.
Hey, it has been a good thing.
Dina?
Yeah, come on.
We're just keeping things exciting, right? For the content? That's it. That's 100% it. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Getting closer to light.
Well, we certainly took damage. I guess we already cleared that prediction, yeah. Oh, we took damage in tunnels too. I remember when I was like, I'm pretty confident that I won't take damage in day one. Sweet summer child.
Okay. Let's rally. We're almost out. Lead on.
In Hillcrest, you can do arrow jeeping. There's also a skill that lets you craft 2 arrows instead of 1. I feel like my glasses timer would be up, yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Ellie,
Your mask. Okay, no tunnels for anything, please and thank you. Tunnels has been enough of a disaster.
Let's fucking go!
30 minutes ago, perfect.
Go! Run, Dina!
Okay, no runner being a jerk.
Ellie! Right here! Don't slow down! This way! Hurry! Fuck! Go right!
No, I don't do arrow duping in regular grounded summer runs. The only run I've ever done it in is the speed run. I don't like doing the arrow duping in regular grounded perma. Other people are free to use it. I just don't use it. I like not using it. But it's allowed for the speed run, so it makes sense to do it in the speed run. All right, that was a funky day 1, to say the least. My speed run of day 1 goes better than my safe day 1.
What do you say we rest in that theater?
It's fine.
That sounds so fucking good.
Perfect day 1, no note. Thank you everyone. So for anyone who might be watching from the raid train, we've kind of made it through the first big day of the game. There's Jackson, Ellie day 1, 2, and 3, and then there's Abby day 1, 2, and 3, and then Santa Barbara. So that's one of the 6 days, and then it's like Jackson and Santa Barbara kind of bookend the run. Thank you for the GGs. Hey Koryani. Hey Block. So normally my speedrun time for here is what, like 1:14? A different run, to say the least.
Yikes, 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 and let me
Well,
guess,
thank
you
you
have
for
a
the
great
44 bits. Yeah, we
personality.
did
This
have
is
to
really the
endure
best
and survive, that's for sure.
How could you keep something?
That was not pretty. But it's safer. I felt when I was doing Tunnels 3, and I was like, something is wrong. I have messed up something. And then as soon as I went over the railing, I was like, I'm not holding L1. It's like, because technically time matters, I'm not gonna do a dino prediction because technically time matters. Thanks for lurking, G-Rin.
Got it.
If this run does die today, then we will do a speedrun attempt tomorrow for the final day. And I'll finish off today with some practice. But hopefully this run is still alive and we will continue with the attempt tomorrow.
I hope you were a better soldier.
Yeah, it's like I know I'm taking longer than usual, but I am purposefully like looting and like pausing in a way where I'm not wasting time.
What's this?
And dino is technically a waste of time. For the purposes of in-game time, not for the purposes of anything else. I guess we already grabbed that. All right, new prediction. Will I take damage in Ellie Day 2? How could you say that? Oh, Zartleys, you're fine. You're technically a waste of time. All right.
Wow.
All right, are we fighting? Do I need to come into chat?
You'd love watching a movie in this place.
Pretty rude. Pretty rude.
Spooky. No way.
Banu. All right, we have birthday gifts. For anyone who maybe doesn't know a lot about the game and is just chilling, this next part actually took them 2 years in game development. We don't explore all the ins and outs of it in a challenge and speedrun, but it's certainly one of the most bittersweet areas that I've ever experienced in a game. Like they worked on it to a certain extent for 2 years, yeah. No, those count as hits. So the Hillcrest truck won't count. Those are hits, not damage. How disappointing is it that Kim isn't jumping off the dino? What is this pole? Get out of here. Those are silly. All right, well, not many people had their soul crushed, so I think we're okay. No, stop it. You're fine. Okay. Stop. Stop. That's enough.
I'm gonna start guessing.
You want to spoil your surprise now?
Oh.
We'll add 10k
Is
to prediction
it a
if things
dinosaur?
get spicy. I can't even see the prediction
trying to
anymore.
guess.
All I can
I
see
ain't
is this poll.
All right. Is it?
All right, there is a poll run or a prediction running for if I will take damage in Ellie Day
it-
2.
Walking.
There's currently 6,400 on yes and nothing on no and nothing on game-ending crash.
Yep.
I got it.
Although that no, it's fine. All right, who's the non-believer? Who's the non-believer?
Your swimming's getting better. Remember now, don't just
15k on
flail
no
about.
now?
You
Into
gotta-
the water with your whole arm. Blah blah.
And there's no Weevils or Duncan
know
to
I'm
take the
getting
game
through.
crash torch.
Hey, come here. Take a look at this. See it? Just through there. Look.
Yeah. I see it.
Yeah.
Looks like.
Whoa.
How's that
Okay,
feel?
this part of the game, it's a flashback of
Refreshing.
Yeah,
Ellie
it's not
and
nice
Joel,
getting pushed in,
and
is
it's
it?
called
Well,
Birthday Gift.
Actually,
'Cause
we
it's
need to
Ellie's
swim through this part
birthday,
anyway.
And Joel has a
I
pretty
got you back. You're
epic
angry and
present
upset.
for her.
I'm very angry and upset. Now,
Now
come
come
on.
on.
Ugh.
Joel is in the water. All right, we have 22k on yes and 15k on no. Hey, Skiz. All right, I didn't see the results of that. 15 people. Walter contributed 396 channel points. All right, well, I don't think many people cared about the dino. I don't think so. I know. The game crash would be the most ridiculous. Per the tournament rules, if I do have a game-ending crash, then the attempt is kind of void, and I get another shot at it. If for whatever reason my game crash attempt is the farthest I make it, then it gets to recount again as my furthest run. So like if I had that Santa Barbara game-ending crash, like I did during that December challenge, that would have counted if it was my farthest run.
There.
Is it weird to be? It is weird. I messed up thoroughly in Tunnels 2 and Tunnels 3.
Fuck it. I'm done guessing.
And had to improv my way out of them.
But, like, is it a massive
Having
comic book
Faster
collection?
Prone actually messed me up in Tunnels 3 that
collection?
I inputted incorrectly.
That's
You gotta
one?
appreciate there being a
Just-
stipulation for a game crash for this game.
About laser discs.
I do.
I heard that's a thing.
You're gonna do the December challenge? Nice. I gotta be grinding
What's
out the
this?
speed run,
It's a book?
so I will be doing that for
a
most
dinosaur
of
book.
December.
Okay.
Anyone who doesn't know, Skiz is the person that's actually organizing the Last of Us 2 permadeath tournament that I'm in right now. So credit to him for getting everything together and the brackets and all that. He also did a speedrun tournament earlier that I also participated in. That I lost to the eventual winner after heartbreak on Ellie Day 2, Ellie Day 3. Buy Unloved
got a museum
Dinosaur. 32k on yes, 15k on no,
Yes, sir.
and there's the 10 on
That's
Game
why we
Crash.
go back
Okay,
every
someone's
day
finally
in
playing the
Texas.
odds. Owner.
Did you know this was here?
Oh, you don't like it. We can head back.
Hi Bubbles,
shut
how are
up.
you? Good to see you.
So cool.
How's it
2 minutes
smell?
remaining. Yeah, get your PP
Like
in
space?
there. PP in the box, right meow.
Whoa.
But Owner isn't the best, Sophie. Hi, Sophie. No, Owner is an outstanding speedrunner. But my best Ellie percent times crush his best Ellie percent times. Crush them like a hammer.
Here.
I want a good splash. You're good, just woke up. Nice.
There's more museum stuff over there.
Yeah, I never checked it. Ellie!
You're here for this confidence. It's not like me.
Get
The
down here!
antithesis of me is a whole bunch of confidence.
Hey,
all
whose birthday
all
is
I
it?
spew is
can't keep
self-doubt
doing
and
that.
I
deprecation.
want a good splash! We've got more exploring to do!
Geronimo.
Geronimo!
Nice. Hey, who's being there?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll open the door for you.
So I'm not sure if we're
Come on,
gonna
we
have
can't
enough
chicken out now.
time to get through Ellie percent. Probably not before I'm raiding out. Which means tomorrow will be a long stream. Going from wherever we are in Ellie percent to hopefully the end of the game. You thought for a sec that Joel was T-posing there.
Okay, bad news.
Not
There's
quite.
shit blocking the door.
Definitely the end. Did you see my
Keep
tunnels?
me safe!
Did you see my tunnels?
The dinosaurs around! Ah, shit.
You were brushing your teeth. Well, you would have less confidence if you had seen my tunnels. All right. Sounds good, Walter. Good luck with therapy. Take care. Oh, so that's how it works? If you didn't see something that doesn't exist? Object permanence? The tunnel's not my teeth. That's how hard you brushed your teeth. They gone. See ya. Okay, so we have some additional looting just to do here. We didn't do before birthday gift. Because there's stuff that spawns in this bathroom, but if you come to the bathroom at the end of birthday gift, all of it will be there. So, just makes sense. Just save a little bit of time. Day 2. And the binding. What's that? Go to Hillcrest. Yeah, I'll just be doing safe Hillcrest basically the full way. We have gone through so many additional mollies. 3 additional mollies from what I'm used to. I still think we'll make it all back though. The amount of looting that you do in day 2 of rags and alcohol. The only thing is if I wanted to craft a silencer at any point, then we'd maybe have fewer rags, but it's like the only place that I really think of that I have a strat where I'll want to use a silencer is probably in Santa Barbara. Like that's it. Miko Boop. I wish Miko would come in here. That would be cute. Show off Miko. Show off his floof. He was being so whiny this morning, and I was like rushing to get ready and like get everything in line, and he was just screaming at me no matter where I went. I forgot to go get coffee. I know Brad made coffee, and I have not gone and gotten it. But I don't want to get up. Brad. Speaking of whining, so Miko whined at me. Now I whine at Brad. Healthy. Miss Demon!
Like no one's danced before.
The diplomats were dancing. They cancelled all of the wars. Miss Demon, welcome in. Thank you for raiding. What a coincidence. Welcome in, raiders. I hope you had a really good stream. Hello, hello. To support the Women's Guild. Let's go. Heck yeah. How was Cyberpunk? I want to play that game so bad, and I cannot because it's first person and I get motion sickness. But God, do I want to play it. Welcome in, everyone. My name's Kim. I do challenge runs and speed runs for The Last of Us Part 2. One of the few people in the world that can complete the game at the highest difficulty. What do I want? So I'll do trap mine here. It's really good. I'm just playing it for the first time. Nice. It's one of those games where like I really trust CD. My voice is cracking today and I don't know why. I really trust CD Projekt Red as the developer. Like Witcher 3 is like one of my favorite games of all time. So I knew they would get their act together for Cyberpunk, and I really wish that I could play it. Thank you for that hydration check. Bum 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 bum. We'll be looting all the extra alcohol that I normally skip at this point because I'm full. But we're certainly not full. I am participating in a Last of Us 2 permadeath tournament right now. So I'm actually versus someone else, and I have 3 weeks to try and get a completion on the highest difficulty on the permadeath setting. This is my attempt 1. Normally I actually speedrun this game, but this little tournament is just kind of part of the Last of Us 2 community, and it's just a really fun thing to sort of participate in. Get some excitement and so on. Your turn after your little work is done. How is the run? Hi Jen, welcome back. We got really spicy in tunnels. I don't know how much you know of this game, but the last part that I sort of did was very close to being a ripped run. It was a little questionable. We survived. We're alive. That's all that matters. We're gonna have to be doing a little bit of recovery in terms of resources if I want to do some later strats. Yeah, I was wondering that. I was like, I've never seen a shotgun spawn there. That being said, like, I'm not really worried about ammo kind of thing. I follow another speedrunner of this game, so I feel like I've seen so much of it, but also so little because it's so fast. Oh, nice. Is it Anthony Caliber or is it a different speedrunner? Did I get everything? Oh, Sammy. Nice. I know Sammy. That's awesome. Okay, so we'll probably... Alright, so we'll get that manual there. Yeah, I mean, we're still good. We don't need any resources here. I'll pull a shotgun out just in case anything goes wrong. Hi, Meadow! Good to see you. So, I want to quickly pause. Meadow is the wizard that put together this raid train. Absolutely massive credit to Meadow for all the work put in, like getting the website up and going, getting all the ducks in the row, like recruiting all of the streamers and then putting all of the timeline together. I cannot give enough praise to how awesome Meadow is. Truly, truly, truly tremendous human, and just like really, really sweet, like just a nice person as well. Hi Weevils, good to see you. As a bit of a content warning, it is a bit of it can be a gory game, and it has not necessarily horror. Like I'm kind of desensitized to a lot of it. So just as a warning, it's a dark game. Literally an icon. I agree. Is fast prone going to affect me at all here? No. Like now that I had fast prone affect me in Tunnels 3, I'm cognizant of it. That's putting it lightly, and also weirdly our happy place. Yes. Hi Fierce.
We hold the perimeter until we hear otherwise. Keep an eye out in case he comes this way.
Yeah, I was thinking. I was like, no, there's no reason that the speedrun should be different with fast prone. Now I'm worried.
Okay, girl. You think this guy's connected to the girl from the school?
That'd be a hell of a coincidence if there was. Here you go. Let's find him. Get back home.
Strike 3. All right, no weird shenanigans here. So I think I'm gonna go do the auto shop, although it is gonna consume another Molotov for me.
Fuck these WLF.
We didn't get sprint. I don't know how to do it. Maybe I didn't hold it soon enough. I'm not sure. There's so with speedrunning this game, there's a lot of movement tech. I am not the best speedrunner. I'm pretty good, but I'm still learning a lot.
Anybody hear that?
Has everyone said everyone's name now? I don't think so. That was like an actual full wall of hellos. A full chorus of hellos.
It worked.
Do it again just to be sure. So since it's not kill all, if I want to do auto shop, I mean, we're already back up to 3 mollies. It's like normally in Santa Barbara on regular grounded perma, like I get through, and Santa Barbara, I usually have like full med kits and full Molotovs. I feel that, Jay. I'm gonna go into the auto shop. I feel like we're still gonna fully recover like all of our resources. So far I have 8. Brilliant. Carry on.
What was that?
This is the one. This is the one code. 308260 something or other. Okay, I was almost there. A flaming runner. I wouldn't have guessed 65 though. Way to cheat.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's like we still would have gotten this holster anyway, but I'll just get it there.
Looks like they've been
I'll
locked in
just
here
get
for
it
years.
there. Okay, I'm gonna go into the Shambler basement. Grab the pills specifically, as well as the various
Actual tattoo
resources.
shop.
And then the manual upstairs. Oh, is it broken? My watch probably died. My watch was low battery, so... Nico charged the watch, yeah. It unfortunately didn't charge as much as I wanted this morning, so I was like, maybe it'll last. It didn't last. Steady 102 heart rate. Yeah, I will Okay, on that note, I'm gonna take a very quick break here. I'm gonna go charge my watch and I'm gonna go grab some coffee. No, we're safe now. We're picking up a book. We're safe. Thank you. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I have coffee, my watch is charging. I don't know if I'll go grab it before the end of stream, but it is on its way back to functionality. So we don't have these runners here. Was there? I did actually explain it. I might. We got everything there. Is there anything over in there? There's a revolver. Where I'm like, I don't remember. No, the revolver. Pistol. Hi, Chachi. How are you? I don't know if anyone clipped it. No problem. Happy to have you here, and thank you for that follow. Better late than never, right? The stream is going really, really well. We are doing a challenge run of The Last of Us Part 2. It is sort of my primary content on stream. So I decided to stick with it. Sneaker. Why are we so slow? Ellie, my goodness. Late night guild streams and just woke up. Fair enough. We don't actually need to grab this arrow, but that's fine.
Whoa.
Sorry for bothering you during your meeting, Mike. Oh, you guys. He's here right now. You have to make sure he stays. He's gonna leave and he's gonna turn that function off. Right, we have. I was like, where's my holster? Right, we already have it. Okay. I think it's still headshot Boris? Yeah.
Get off me!
Pew pew! Boris! Hey, it's Bacon. Coming over to my house. Sure. So this is where... Like, do I go down my no guns route? Probably. I think that makes the most sense. We probably don't get all the way down there, but we can get to explosive arrows, and then I'll probably go to the health tree. Okay. Now you want bacon. He's right there!
That's one way to use mannequins.
I didn't want an arrow dupe. I'm only taking one.
All right.
One. Too bad. Hey, Didge. It's going good. How are you? All right. I am going to think through Hillcrest just because it has been a while. Hi, Mondilly. Hello, hello. Welcome in. We just crouch all the way over there. You go in, you go down the stairs, you can grab the alcohol. Prone to get up there. Wait for the guy inside. Wait for the lady. Prone dive forward. Arrow. Crawl, 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 crawl. Get through. We are full health. Yeah. Hi, Mana. How's it going? This is a fairly dramatic departure from the speedrun, so just giving my brain a second to remember what I want to do.
Something down the hill. I think he's down there.
No way.
Hello, Raiders! Welcome in! I am right in the middle of an encounter. I will be with you shortly. I should have crafted arrows. Stomp. Welcome, Raiden Raiders. Thank you so much for being here. Let's dance. I am currently doing a grounded permadeath challenge run for The Last of Us Part 2. I'm just in the middle of an encounter right now, and I don't like pausing the game when I'm in the middle of an encounter. Ooh. No, we're good. I'll be with you in just a second. That's not an arrow, by the way.
Where the fuck is he? Anything? He's gotta be around here. When we find him, we should let the dogs have him.
She's so close to me. God, I am so glad I didn't fire that gun. Holy.
We looked. Let's go. I think she's got some.
All right. That's effectively the end of the encounters. Welcome in, Raiders. Lamidia, thank you so much for that raid. I really, really appreciate it. What were you playing? Ooh, Alan Wake 2. If I butchered how I pronounced your name, please let me know. I did my best, but I tend to fail in that regard. I actually got like halfway through my first playthrough of Alan Wake Remastered not too long ago and was enjoying it. But there are a few people in chat who are big fans of the second game. No, I don't know how I ended up on a gun. So you're supposed to, there's a little bit of like loadout manipulation where like if you are toggled onto something before you go into an area, if you then go to aim, that will be the thing you pull out. I thought I was on my bow and arrow. Turns out I wasn't. But yeah, welcome in everyone. We are in the midst of the women's raid train. I am in my slot right now having an absolute blast, meeting a whole bunch of guild members and also chatting with guild members who I look up to and know from previous experiences. Yeah, if you have any questions whatsoever about The Last of Us Part 2 or speedrunning or challenge running or the Women's Guild, etc., I'm happy to answer. Yeah, okay. Spiel. Hi, Toaster. How are you?
Smell something, girl?
So I'm tempted to do stun bomb or smoke bomb because I'm lower on alcohol and rags.
You're hot, Cupcake.
Pip, thank you for that follow. Welcome to the stream.
Last thing we fucking need.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do Molly.
In there! Smoke around!
Trespasser in here!
Yeah, I hadn't crafted any yet. You're right, Skiz. It's fine. We need no resources. All right, we do this fun little thing for this next encounter because one of the big things that they actually do in this game is they name the enemies. So like when there's distress or someone's like hurt or something, the enemies will actually call out the name of their compatriots. And there's one in particular that we do here. So my guess for the name is Charlotte. Who wants to wager a guess? Mateo, Dolores, Skylar, Zoe, Charlotte. I might call Charlotte. Carrie. That's new. Have we heard Carrie before? Brenda.
Okay, how we searching for?
Adrian.
I got the one on the left.
Hey,
Shit again?
Mrs.
We need more guys by
Bouvier.
the fucking walls.
Britt.
Preaching to the choir, man.
You just said a random name. Fair
Try
enough.
that house.
Hi, Cheesecake. How's it going? It would be amazing if they said Brit. It truly would be.
Got anything? Are you there? Evie?
Evie! Evie's a big one.
Where the hell'd you go?
Come on, Jesse.
What the hell are you doing?
Jesse! Oh, you did say Evie, Rolo. Nice. Okay, so, this doesn't count as damage, by the way. These are hits in the truck.
Okay.
Yeah, Jesse did take the scenic route.
Get some gas.
I am.
Good lord.
Nope. Ah, yeah, reload.
Jesse, get us the fuck out of here!
I'm trying!
Jesse!
Buckle up, Jesse. I have had a very unfortunate end to a run here where Jesse, the guy in the truck, left the truck. Just got ejected out of the seat. And that counted as a death. You can die to the driver and the clicker.
That's two!
You can't die to the other people. Jesse was raptured and Ellie was not, so we lost. Man, my face coming back to bite me.
Go, go!
I guess we actually maybe still can get through Ellie's defense before we raid. Just because Ellie Day 3 is still so short. Excuse me. Guys, thank you so much for 13 months. Thank you for that 1 point towards the Partners Plus program. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, that's for so many of these scenes, Duncan. Like, so many of these gameplay sequences are ridiculous, but we do get a little desensitized to them. All right. That was Hillcrest. Yeah, the one iffy part was just when I pulled out my gun instead of my bow. Fortunately, I didn't fire the gun. That would have been something. I could have just died there if I'd fired that gun. Because I tend to miss weekend streams. Did you ever play AC Mirage? No, I did not. Just due to illness, my weekend streams ended up being shorter than I would have liked. So we didn't do any sort of variety gaming. And I'm feeling really motivated about the speed run. So a couple streams that we did have, I tried to focus on the speed run.
Man, I mean, I forget my own birthday if she didn't remind
Thanks
me
for
when
lurking,
it was.
fam.
You should just apologize to her.
I just said... Okay, what's going on?
It's like, I guess we could be done.
Nothing.
We could be done LA Day 2 by 1.
I can tell when you're off.
Just depending on how much looting we do.
Just got some stuff on my mind.
LA Day 2.
You let me know if you want to talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I think there's probably enough time to get through LA%.
Stragglers.
Even
How
with the
many?
additional looting.
Just a handful.
No, so either Mirage is gonna be a just for me thing, or maybe I'll play it on stream at some point, but didn't end up getting to all of the games that I wanted to with the 44 days in a
You wanna
row.
give it a whirl?
Had too many
Are you sure?
unfortunate things
I'm feeling
happen.
generous.
We persevered, but it was not always pretty.
There you go.
Sounds attractive.
Nope. Knew that one had missed.
Control 'em. Let's clear them out.
Ooh, I didn't think that one had
There
hit.
you go.
I think that was like a hand shot. Well, tomorrow, if this run ends,
That's
then
all of 'em.
I'll be doing speed running.
This way if you want to keep shooting.
Okay.
Oh, you're so far back. Yeah, I was like, I can't even see that one.
Gotcha. I like this thing.
Oh, Tommy, you're a jerk.
Check out the shed. Looks like they're moving downhill.
Why?
Look way out there. Under those gondolas.
Under those
By that
gondolas.
tower. You see it?
Oh. Whiff.
Take your time.
What? Okay. I don't believe that one.
You're a natural. Well, I'm not feeling anymore.
Dance, Tommy, dance, Tommy, dance, Tommy. Ooh.
Alright, let's head in. See if Joel's back.
Sure.
Hand her over.
Do the football playing
Hey, thanks
thing.
for
All
that.
right, take care, Duncan.
It's just what I
Enjoy.
needed.
I hope you
Sure.
win your games.
Ladies first. I'm not supposed to say anything, but Joel's word back.
Get a touchdown. Brit's so good at
There's
sports.
nothing to worry about.
Well, I'm sure there isn't. But if you don't talk to him, he's gonna think something's wrong.
I'd talk to him.
Well, you have to do more than hi and
Hi and bye. It's called soccer. I call it football. I'm making up. There's something up
this
there.
lookout suddenly fascinating.
I'm just making sure I have everything. Okay.
Brit
go.
doesn't speak like a Brit.
On me, kiddo.
That's the true.
So, you and Tommy cross anything when you was out?
Just the few we
Yeah,
saw
no,
from
I
the
certainly
ridge.
grew up playing or
You?
calling it soccer.
You know,
I think it was
Down
when
two
I was
runners and a
in
half.
undergrad. And like the guy I was
Jesse
dating,
tells me you're handling your own
because he was
quite well
into
on the group
football,
patrol.
called it football.
He's even recommending you for paired patrols. So I think you're still a bit young for it.
I call
I'm a
Toops,
better shot than almost
Toops
all of them.
is actually what I do.
And I have more experience
so...
than most of the new
And I guess
recruits.
I was wrong
You
about
think you're ready.
you.
I trust you.
Okay. Thanks.
You just do me a favor and start with the shorter routes for now. You know,
I am the, it's actually, it's funny thinking back to when, you know, more than 3 years ago when I was sort of being more active on Twitch. I didn't know what a beanie was. I didn't know the word.
Did you like them?
So it's sometimes funny to hear that other Canadians, like,
Dr. Daniela Starr,
do call it beanie because I've only ever known to. Yeah, and then I deleted that message. I was hacked.
That was a nice twist how they escaped, though.
You're funny.
Music store's up that way. We're gonna have to leave the horses
I got
here.
it. I don't think we can go this way.
What? Damn. You should be able to swim across there.
Okay, so now what? I'm up for it.
1, 2, 3, 4. Does it make a difference if it has a pom-pom ball on top of it? I feel like a beanie never would. So I have heard of that, like delineation if it has the pom-pom or not, but we've only ever called any version of them toques. And that does feel like a very winter hat thing.
I'm through. Hold on.
You had to Google toque after you said it back then. It's a knitted cap.
Well, hello.
Howdy. What about the ones with the little propeller on the top? Those are not toques. So the pom-pom makes it winter. Exactly. It's not winter without a pom-pom.
Ellie, here. I think I see a way through, but we got spores.
Do I have to? It's just us.
What if we run this on?
Okay.
Okay. Ellie, you're so whiny. I won't have my watch for the timer for the bloater, so I'll probably just play it safe with
wearing that mask, kiddo, and eventually you're gonna slip up in front of someone you shouldn't.
Just waiting for the second runner.
You ain't told nobody new.
You missed your palm.
Not Jesse or Dina.
Pompous? You missed your pompous. It was your use for them.
Good.
Shadow, don't start. Don't start. I want zero judgment regarding this run.
You ever been in here before?
I'm stuck.
Maybe.
I'm literally stuck.
Looks like it was shot a while back.
When did the last patrol go through here?
Not sure.
For the duration, right? I do need to actually think through. I do need to remember this pattern. So we go there, we wait for Joel, we go up to the wall, kill the runner, go back, get that runner at the window, jump through, kill that runner, check the timing on the other runner, go back and we do the bait on Pauline. Yeah. Now it's, I don't know what that was. I don't know if there's a randomness to that. I was so confused yesterday, Mado. I did not get it. Hunter's gonna come back. We're just gonna wait for that timing.
Infected. Over there.
Thanks, Joel. You're a genius. How do you do it? We actually could have gone before. Scooby! Scooby, thank you so much for 31 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you for the 1 point towards the Partner Plus program. Thank you for all of your years of lurking. Kill a car. Alright, this lobby. Straightforward and easy. No worries about waves. Nothing about that.
Joel, I think we did it.
I think so. Good job, kiddo.
7 million Molotovs. Actually ridiculous.
What do you say we give up on those
11
for today?
pistol, 5
Could've said it better
rifle,
myself.
2 mollies.
I think our only way out is forward now.
Yeah, so just gonna wait for the second runner. Just to guarantee it. No need to get silly.
That looks like it might be something.
Following you.
So this upcoming encounter, it's a scripted end to it, but there are some conditions you have to meet for the script to apply. That's damage and time. Rosetto, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm not enacting silly mode. Have another one. Looks like he was about to not be on fire anymore, so just wanted to make sure. I did it, chat. I dodged. I didn't actually get hit by the bloater. Alright. Come here. Where are you? Come here! GG's, that's Finding Strings done. More than halfway done Ellie Day 2. This brawler is warm for the rest of its life. Quite literally.
But we fucking did it.
Oh, he's already in this corner. No, you get back there. You get back there.
You good?
No.
Other than being really old,
Go back to your
ain't nothing
corner.
solid, not a
Go
single
back to your corner.
I want to
Thank
get out of
you.
here.
Good Joel. Good Joel.
What are you doing?
Hi, AV. How are you?
There's like 2 bloaters back there.
Hey, Tone. Thank you. It's from Black Milk. It's super cozy. When I was a kid, I loved Sylvester. I had a Sylvester plushie that I like won from the Calgary Stampede. Like I participated in one of those like carnival games and actually managed to like win something. And I won a Sylvester plushie. And it was a big Sylvester plushie too, like not a little one. Come here, Joel.
Right?
Come here, Joel.
On and off.
Good Joel.
Why?
I hear the way Jesse talks about you.
No, Jesse and I are just friends.
No, I've got a pretty keen eye for these sort of things.
Not so keen with this one.
Shadow, you should have seen my Tunnels 2 and Tunnels 3.
Don't hold your breath.
Pretty sure this is my first ever grounded permadeath challenge. Oh, thanks, Stone. A number of days, it's just I wanted to wear a hoodie and black leggings, but mostly I saw it on Black Milk and it looked cute. Went wrong. Tunnels 2 went wrong, and then Tunnels 3 I fucked up because I had fast prone. Got like thrown off by it and then let go of L1. So I couldn't do the prone dive after the railing jump. You'll see. You'll see. All right, that's Finding Strings. Yeah, it was not an entirely clean day one, that's for sure. My my speed runs have been cleaner for day one than that attempt. Oh well. All right, so this next sort of upcoming sequence is probably my favorite part of the game. I love the sort of rainy, dark green Seattle environment. Absolutely adore it.
Track down Nora. Get her to
You figured that would happen?
Yes.
Having
easy.
Then yes. Sure did. Well, it's actually Tunnels 2 and Tunnels 3. I was doing the speedrun strats. So that's, I don't know, but it's like things got in my head. I don't freaking know.
Through here.
They're my Waldo glasses. They were just part of a daily reward. They're not real. Yeah, we lived. This is truly all that matters. So I did mean to craft arrows and forgot to. We should be... I doubt this has the shotgun. Yeah, I was like, I don't think we're Mercy for ammo anymore.
Okay, progress.
Hi, Becky! Yeah, of course. Anyone is free to ask questions about stuff whenever. I am more than happy to help. Please do. I have all of this knowledge. I would love to share and help. Bye, sleeping clicker. So I'm not gonna do workbench. I don't think. There's just really no reason for me to do workbench. Maybe if Painted was here, I would. When you reach partner status on Twitch, is it true that you have to write a statement to Twitch to say, yes, you have to write an actual essay? Well, essay being just a generic term, but yes, there is a section on your application where you have to write why you should be a Twitch partner. And I got denied my first Twitch partner application. quick trip to bank. We are way past bank. So far past bank. So far past bank. Yep, they told me. They just said that my numbers were all very good, but they wanted to make sure that I could maintain it. So they just encouraged me to reapply in 2 weeks if I was getting the same numbers, and my numbers actually improved after my first application, so it was fairly straightforward. Yeah, it's very rare to get partner in your first submission. I know a couple people who have gotten it, but it is truly quite unlikely.
All right.
They want people that are going to be consistent, and I mean, the partner push can be very exciting, and you can get burnt out as a Twitch partner in a lot of ways, because there's... In some ways, it kind of comes with this idea that, oh, you've made it. You're a Twitch partner now. You make $7 million on the platform. You've got all the support you need. Done and done. When, boy, is that not true. And in some ways, a lot of people see very dramatic drops after getting partner status, because people show up for the push and then move on. I have no idea. I don't know what this code is. I never open this safe because it's just ammo. So I have actually no idea what this code is. 10883, thank you.
Oh shit.
You sure you're not Brit? Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna enter Polly's code the next time. Workbench summoning painted. Hi, Soma. I don't need to. Like, it's honestly not worth the resources that you expend with the trap mine. Hi, Lake. How are you?
Let's see what they got in here.
I don't, though. I speedrun the game, and when I was doing Grounded Permadeath, I didn't need anyone to tell me safe codes. I don't need a safe code for these random Grounded Permadeath attempts. So crazy, full of snow. Stream's really, really good. Yeah, we're hosting the Women's Guild raid train right now, which is awesome. The raid train started up yesterday morning, and we are currently they're currently in the box car. Credit to Jaywin for that witty statement.
Actually worked.
Yeah, and that's also it, Polly. It's like, if there's ever been a time where I've been like, what's this code? Like, someone tells me within like 5 seconds. So like, it's just as effective as doing the code.
Okay.
We looted everything. I didn't get the journal skip. I touched my left joystick.
Thought I'd be closer.
Holly550133. I looked often on a little clipping spree from the parties room I slept during. Loved hearing about how the queer community is full of women and non-binary creators. Aw, no worries, Meadow. I appreciate you doing that. Please clip away. Yeah, it's a really special community on Twitch because, and a large part of it is that this game is very progressive and has a lot of representation to the point where it got hated on by, for a number of reasons. But part of it was also that it was, you know, pushing this woke agenda of representation. And so the community that surrounds this game is very progressive. And that tends to mean there are women and non-binary creators as part of it, and that's freaking awesome. Woke, yeah. So woke. Hi, Stalker. Bye, Stalker. Woke equals sleeping. True. Okay. I don't know. Am I gonna go all the way down to that? Probably not. I guess that's where I'm a little thrown off. I guess I do want that to get up to 3 for... I just need 2 though. Like I only need 2 smoke bombs for the final part of Santa Barbara. For what? I did not read Lurked. Oh my goodness, Meadow. Meadow's just very open. Because we're gonna do the Molly below. I could do speedrun, but like that just seems like a strat that's unnecessary to do speedrun for. I still think we end up recovering all of these resources. We might not be full on alcohol and rags at the end of LE%, but like we'll be mostly full otherwise. Because we'll use one here. Just the bottom part with the like the newspaper offices. I think I just do the bottle distract. Part of it's like because I did go through 3 Molotovs in day 1 that I was not planning on it, is I'm a little bit of recovery there. Yeah, I am gonna do speedrun for Convention Center. The only reason I would not do it is if I want the pills.
Man, that sucked.
But I don't think I need the pills, so.
Okay. Head down to the street.
And I honestly feel more confident with that strat than the other strat that I would do there, so. Oh, you are still alive. You're so melty, though.
Okay. Time to go.
Convention Center is the start of LE Day 3. It's technically a conference center is what shows up on the building. Kind of the area that's kind of a path through. But yeah, first encounter of day 3. I think I just craft up to the 2 smokes, and then I don't need to craft anymore. Like, that's all I need for Santa Barbara. I will be really excited to get back to Santa Barbara and like do the roof arrow strat. My favorite like gameplay segment of the entire game is getting up on that roof and shooting people with arrows. That would maybe be a reason to prioritize the double arrow crafting, but I'll have explosive arrows as well. Gone down the arrow tree though. I've got the explosive arrows, I got smoke bombs, I have upgraded drones, so I'm a little all over the map. So I don't think I have enough to get all the way down to double crafting at this point. I don't think there's enough kills left. And like the safe thing would be, you know, getting health upgrades. It's 12:43, so we have an hour and 15 minutes to get through LE%. We might not fully get there. We may need to break in LE Day 3 because this train's on a schedule and it's leaving the station at 2 p.m. moist. How did Rat King go with pistol only? Did you figure out something there? That's one hell of a challenge. I was thinking about it, and then I saw you at Rat King, and I was like, oh wait, how the heck do you do that? In Phase 2, I got a box out little shit before damaging Rat King. Wait, you have to kill little shit first? Oh, make little shit leave.
Where the hell did I end up?
Is it because, do they have like a combined health bar or something? Three to 5 minutes or something. So what is like the reasoning behind that? How does that work?
Okay. You are here. And the hospital's there. Got through the park.
That sounds like a timeline. It lowers Rat King health. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if that would have to be like an exception. I mean, it's pretty cool that you found something, but God. That sounds so brutal. Do it faster. That's Shadow to me, this entire challenge.
Who the fuck?
Welcome back, Jeevan. Cool.
Oh, come on. Made it.
Find the other way in there.
Looting everything. We'll grab the
Must be the scars.
snack here.
Hospital.
I'll be doing the...
You better not have strung Nora up.
I did prep. So the only thing I guess would be if I wanted... So I crafted 2 trap mines, which maybe was a waste. Although, like, we have so many resources. Because I forgot if I was maybe gonna do speedrun strat at the door here. Or if I'm doing the traditional Shafe strat, then that requires a smoke bomb. Which it seems like we're making up enough resources for it anyway, so. So yeah, we're full on rags. Basically no alcohol, full on rags. So I probably end up crafting a silencer. Just because we're gonna get enough of canisters. I'll craft a silencer. There, we have a silencer. How fun. It's 30, so 60, 120. It's 180 to get to the craft more arrows. We get 120? We might get 120. But not if I'm not. Maybe not. I do like extra health, so that's, I'm wondering about, like we were talking about getting to craft more arrows. So that was gonna be my initial route until we talked about it, and I was like, maybe I do go for the extra arrows. My initial thing was I was just gonna go down this tree. I have 63 right now. And I've done the smoke bombs. I don't need anything else there. I'm not gonna go all the way to crafting more explosive arrows. No shot I get to 180, so yeah, then I will do this. But I'll probably do the increased health before Maul as the free heal up to there. Now we'll just take the arrows that we get in Santa Barbara. We'll have like 4 or 5 that we can hit headshots with. Okay, I'm just gonna think this through. So walk, walk, walk. Crouch there, prone. Crouch, prone. Wait for that guy. Go up to the car. Crouch, prone beside him. Go past. We just crouch that whole way up. Look to the left for the lady. Then we wait for the timing on the woman. 89 pills total between here and out. And yeah, and I won't be getting the 10 in Convention Center, so yeah, we'll just focus on the health tree. That's fine. Probably won't get to endure, so I'll maybe take something else. Craft more smoke bombs. I don't freaking know. I got distracted. Go up. We can run. So I'm gonna do the double trap mine because I don't use trap mines anywhere else because I'm doing the speedrun strat for the bloater. And then I don't need trap mines in Santa Barbara at all. And then the smoke, and then we'll craft another smoke, which is fine. Yeah.
I think I can fit.
Okie dokie. We actually, like, we have enough ammo for the arcade bloater. Like, we won't need to do any manipulation for it. It's crazy.
is free.
Search for stragglers. May she guide us. Did you hear what Lily did?
I did. Shame. But not all that surprising.
Her sister, though. I was shocked.
Your poor mother.
She should have sensed that something was off, though.
We're a little slow there, actually. I was a little off with that timing. If he did the look that he can sometimes do to the right, we may have been seen. Oh well. Yeah, so she can see you if you just keep going there. I don't actually know if the guy above, we can hear him very briefly there. I don't actually know if he can see you if you're just crouched in the grass. Oh, she actually saw me. Fine. Alright, it goes right here. Boop. Double boop. Yeah, I was like, we're probably full on explosives after that, so I'll just craft that smoke bomb. We're again up to what we need. GG's on booping. Thank you. I'm pretty good at booping, what can I say? It's like I don't even need to craft any more arrows at this point. Because we're gonna have a maximum of 2. We don't use any. Like, I'll just craft them because I can, and we will get the resources back. And who knows, maybe something goes horribly, horribly wrong, and I need 3 arrows. Unlikely. Cool. Almost done LED 2. This should be good timing for LE%. Not in terms of, you know, how fast LE% is. This is a ridiculously slow LE%, but in terms of the actual raid train. Never understood aim stability. Is it only improving your aim while moving, or when standing still as well? My understanding is it's just while moving. But I only get it for the memes and have never actually, like, tested it. Hey Anna, how are you? How was It Takes Two last night? Yeah, no worries. I was like, based on the description, it should just be while moving. So I'll do upgrades here. Not exactly sure what I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna fully upgrade the bow because I always do that. We will heal because we were damaged from the arrow that hit us, the scripted arrow. I'm good. It's super fun. I really love the game. Yeah, It Takes Two it's just fantastic. I could craft an explosive arrow if I wanted to. You get a free one. Yeah, sure. We'll make up all of those resources. But I'm being so slow. Hi, Julian. Yeah, beyond bow upgrades, I'll probably get the scope for the rifle, but even then, like, you only end up with like 2 rifle bullets in Santa Barbara because I don't kill in areas where I can get extra ones. No, what are you doing? That's not the bow. We don't even have more parts than this right now because I wasn't fully looting parts. I think I've probably actually forgotten where some parts are. Alright. Bow's upgraded. Canister, got all of that stuff. So I'm gonna do speedrun in the first part of Hospital Shadow, but then I'm gonna just play it safe at the stretcher. But I feel confident enough in the first watch, so I'm gonna get the frickin' RNG I don't know how to deal with the lady. If I get the RNG I don't know how to deal with, then I'll probably just go over the window and actually do the like the slow strat. I'm not practicing that live on stream. Kim mistakes guns for bows and arrows. I do not, otherwise my no guns runs would have been invalid. All right. Grab that. There isn't even a pistol here because we're so up on everything. Definitely need to toggle over to that. Can you imagine if I pull out the bow and arrow and I accidentally explosive arrow that lady? I'd laugh. Okay, the only thing... So I have fast prone. That would be super fun. We have different ideas of fun. The only thing is if the fast prone's gonna mess up any of my timings. I don't really think so though. I can just slow down. Yeah, because we're gonna do speedrun all the way to there. Am I full on explosives? I'm not, so I can still pick up the explosives. Yeah, my raid train slot ends in about an hour, Walter. Welcome back. Maybe a bit emotionally squishy, I get that. I understand. If I'm going down this tree, then take faster health crits just in case anything goes wrong. Even. Okay.
Word is we're almost wrapped up.
Good. I got my girl waiting for me at the fob.
You shitting me? They put you with Joe again?
Hey, we get the job done.
I bet you do. No, this is not fair.
I'm telling you.
Okay, we're good on her
Data
timing.
soldier. It makes these shifts so much easier.
Sure. I'll keep that in mind.
Am I crazy or are we people
Whitney's probably hiding with her
So I'm just gonna play this end part safe.
She was just in the lobby. Want me to find her?
Was close. I knew she was gonna be there.
Okay.
Stretcher percent, it's back. Hey, Rune, she was walking backwards for a second. Yeah, she had a moment, alright? Just had a moment. Turn, please. Thank you.
I saw something. I'm on it.
It's nice knowing of like more windows to go versus waiting for that perfect timing before. I could have gone first rotation, and I did hesitate a bit there. I just don't need to. Like, I hope this has been going well, by the way. This has been great background noise. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, this is awesome. Like, I'm still really, really grateful for this raid train experience. Just such a cool idea. I think it's been executed so well. I'm so excited to like see even more and more streams as it progresses over 9 more days, like including today, which is like actually ridiculous. Yeah, it's been good. We've had a couple close calls in this run, to say the least, but we're still alive, still kicking. So I'm gonna do the safe hospital basement. Just because there is that rare RNG where I can die, so with the speedrun strat, so no point risking it.
I'm getting tired of this.
It is. Do we know like what the longest raid train ever has been? Does that information exist somewhere? Surely we have some information on that, because I would be curious to know. Choo choo, hi E, how are you? Something else back here, right? No. Just in case anything goes wrong in basement, I'm gonna pull my shotgun out. That strat has a couple RNGs where it can go wrong, so I hope it keeps working out for you, SG. But that was the first way that I ever did hospital basement, and I abandoned it after it went wrong twice for me.
Can't escape this.
Whatever. We'll just. You're scared to dissect it? Well.
Shoot her.
So like it's a rare RNG that can happen and you can die if you're doing it the same way that I did it, which you probably are, because I think Sammy would have been doing the same thing as me. No, I'm not. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, are you shooting the lady with the silencer, SG?
Got you.
Yeah, that a lot of people used to do that strat. And no one does it anymore. Just as like a heads up, like if it works for you, fantastic, but it was one of those things where it's gonna work until it breaks. You've been here lurking but went to the coffee shop to draw. Oh nice, did you draw anything like fun or neat or anything? Do a sleeping Jeff the Shark as a warm-up and then sort of painting of Samus Aran. Very cool. That's awesome. Hi Abby, how are you? Good to see you. You genuinely can't remember what you did do for basement. I mean, you probably do something with these three grouped and then just like kill the infected. Explosive arrow, that makes sense. And an awesome weekend celebrating your birthday. Nice, that's awesome. Happy belated birthday, or whenever it is, but happy birthday. Can we get some happy birthdays in chat for Robotic, please? Was yesterday. Nice. Well, happy belated. That's a lot of gurgling noises. It sure is. Alright, since I am low on alcohol, I am gonna go grab it from this room. I'm not gonna be worried about rags, though. I guess I can grab ammo and stuff as well. There's no real need to. Whatever, I just killed this clicker. It's fine. Doesn't take that much more time. And then it means I don't have to be prone here either. I can exit out this way. This clicker, it might see me. We'll play it safe. Significant time loss. Uh-huh. Alright. That is Ellie Day 2. So I think it was damageless after the adventure that was Ellie Day 1. We got a damageless Ellie Day 2. Hi Mart. Yeah, it's the Twitch Women's Guild raid train. We got it raided into about 3 hours ago, and we're gonna be taking all of these lovely people over to Catatonia in about 50 minutes.
Hi, Nora. Oh god. Oh god.
Yeah, really, really cool thing. So I'll stop wherever I get to, because I have to raid out in 49 minutes, so it'll be wherever that is. No damage for... yeah, Maul makes that dumb, unfortunately. We can just do Does Kim Survive Ellie Day 3. Just a survival prediction. Let's see our day 2 time, shall we? Speed running. 3:13. All right, there's a prediction running for If I Will Survive Ellie Day 3. 17K immediately on yes. All right, fair enough. Bet everything on Kim. This speedrun is sus. I know. I know. Hans, thank you for that hydration check. I appreciate it. Holy! Where did all these points come from? 62k on yes, 15k on no, and almost 10k on game-ending crash. Alrighty then. Oh, Jeevan, were you trying to take advantage of the odds? Hi Vix, how are you? You were too early. Mm-hmm. Yup. Hiccup. Thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. We almost died twice in day 1. Would have been a bit of a flub on attempt number 1. It'll be like if I get a completion on attempt 1, then my next 2 attempts will just be speedruns. But if I don't get a completion on attempt 1, then obviously I will keep trying to grind to an actual completion. Your belief has graced you with so many peanuts, as it should be. The odds for no and game crash are pretty spicy right now. But day 3 is kind of a gimme. Kind of a gimme. Yeah, 1 and done would be a relief, that's for sure.
Most people have left already. I don't know which group I'm gonna join.
Okay. On to Ellie Day 3. It's, regardless of challenge, getting to day 3 just always feels like such a weight lifted off of your shoulders getting through the marathon that is day 2. Although it's ridiculous to think how quickly day 2 actually goes in the speedrun.
Dina? Jesse?
Because it's such a slog otherwise. Like if you're doing all the looting and everything, like the biggest sort of hiccup to it is finding strings. Like finding strings takes the longest because you have to
Who are those two?
Have to actually. No, we're not doing parking garage. I don't need to do parking garage. Today's you take that back. Today is awesome. Take it back right now. Have you taken it back yet? We're not doing parking garage. There's absolutely no need to.
Does anyone stay dry in this city?
Come on, help me out.
There is I don't need a med kit. I have 3 med kits and you get 2 additional ones.
Okay.
certainly not a chicken. You will after you take damage in parking garage.
Thanks. They were hoping to find Tommy at the aquarium.
I don't know how to do that.
Tell her you knew. That's what you're...
I wasn't.
Julian, no. Don't say that.
This aquarium a wolf face?
I don't think so. Nora said...
You bet your
Abby's
house
hiding
on
out there.
death by stalker in parking garage. Meanwhile, the lonely parking garage continues to build fight, for one day it will have its revenge.
Joel had...
That'll only be relevant if I ever do, kill all again. And I don't know if I ever will. I just don't feel the need to craft this.
I see a light through here.
This protagonist seems like such a badass. Does she have a backstory that trained her for this? Sorry, I'm so clueless about the game. No need to be sorry. Don't be sorry at all. So The Last of Us universe, it's a... Yeah, why don't I do a little spiel for those of you that might not know anything. The Last of Us universe is a post-apocalyptic world where humans have been infected by a cordyceps virus that makes them... well, not virus, but cordyceps fungus that effectively turns them into not zombies because they're still alive. That's why they're called infected. But they're mutated, very aggressive humans. And so Ellie grew up, this protagonist for this part of the game, grew up in this world. And part of her backstory is that she's actually immune. And she's the only person we've ever encountered that is immune. So in terms of the backstory, it's just she learned how to survive, as does everyone who is kind of alive at this point. So the first game was Ellie and this guy Joel, and you actually played as Joel in the first game, and Ellie was she was a kid, effectively, that you were on an escort quest for. In this second game, and major, huge, ridiculously life-changing spoilers. So Joel dies very early on in this game, and is actually killed by Abby. And what is crazy about this game is that for the second half of it, you actually play as Abby, and you discover why Abby killed Joel. And it's heart-wrenching, it's brutal, it destroys you emotionally, and I love it. No, so this is actually 25-ish years post-apocalypse. You love golfing, hey Sado. Yeah, it's the game that literally asks you to walk in someone else's shoes because you played as Joel. Joel makes some pretty ridiculous decisions in the first game, and that's kind of what you unravel in this second game as to why Abby killed him. But he was who you played as, and you grew attached to Joel and to Ellie. So Joel dying, and then Ellie currently, she's on a revenge quest, effectively. Like, she's trying to get to Abby. And that's why you have these sort of 3 days that each of the characters play through, and they intersect in very interesting ways that you don't necessarily fully understand until the end of the game, and it's just... I think it's incredible. It raised my bar of what I want from a dramatic storytelling game. And I want a game that breaks my heart and makes me sob, and I cried perpetually during this game. It's so fascinating that the voice actor for Wholesome Cartoon Hilda plays Ellie in the TV show. Well, she's got a lot under her belt. Yeah, September 2013, so 2038 to 2039, yeah. All right. Did I actually loot in here? This spiel would have been better with the acoustics of parking garage. Get out of here.
How long has Dina been this sick?
Only a couple days. When we first got here, she fucked up a bunch of wolves. You'd have been impressed.
I bet. You don't cross that.
Yeah, it's like there shouldn't be anything. Because there's nothing fast prone related. It's still the run, the throw. I want to make sure that there's nothing weird that would cause my timings to be off, but there shouldn't be. Oh, but I need a stun for this. Which is fine. The smoke will be nice anyway. Because we're still going to get enough supplies that we can craft up to 2 and have additional, so we're good.
Hey, give me a hand.
No, not Murder Desk. We're doing the speedrun strat that I normally would do here. It's actually one of my favorite strats to do. So stay tuned.
Through here.
Shadow.
I just gotta ask. Why didn't she tell me about it? The pregnancy.
Listen, I'm sure she'll tell you about it when she...
Going down today. All the units will be knocked out.
Who did you hear it from?
Top line stuff. Make sure this area's clear, wait for the other units. Take the fight to the scar.
The last time. You hear that? On me, come on.
Let's go. I'll watch you.
Oh my god! Drop them! Drop them!
All right, that's convention center. Grab this canister.
Once things are wrapped up here.
We have all these people we could teach the ways of Murder Desk. I don't want to teach the ways of Murder Desk. I don't like Murder Desk. Hi, Kevin. How are you? Mud skip? Mud skip?
Look at this mess.
The aquarium. It's right next to that Ferris wheel.
He's hoping Tommy has the same info.
No, not terribly. It's not the most positive term. Tired, fair.
Damn it.
I missed it. Can you do it again?
Like we're swimming.
You can check the bot. Thank you. Do I have a brick? I actually have no idea. No, I wouldn't have a brick. Why would I have a brick? Brick! Okay, I'm lost. There are parts down there. Where the heck is the brick? Hello? Okay, there it is. I got really thrown off by how I got down there. Say goodbye to parking garage, everybody.
We're next.
Hair, not likely. Yikes. Yikes. Yikes.
No! Say
Let me
goodbye to
guess,
Mud
you have
Skip.
a great personality.
Thank you for
Is
the
this
7
really the
bits,
best?
Kevin. No parking garage for anyone. I thrive under being evil. No parking garage, no Team Jackson, I know. I'm the worst. I'm gonna keep crowbar over pipe. Don't boo me! Guys, we have all these people here from the Women's Guild. How do you think it looks when my own chat and mods boo me? That's a little too spicy.
I would have come, you know, if you told me you were leaving.
Oh my goodness, Zartleys. Yes, yes. Let's just talk about Taint now. Let's do that. We don't need this binding. Are we full on rags? No, we're not. We're not even close to being full on rags. What am I talking about? So we're doing the traditional sort of sneak through strat here. Fairly straightforward. Don't need any of that stuff. There's the wrench here that we're not going to grab.
Get them, boy! Got him! Sweep the area for survivors.
I know, right, Toaster? That's exactly what they're like.
Good job, boy.
Good night, Morpheus. Take care.
Bravo needs to get here. I'm ready to do this.
The storm's pretty bad. We're there. I'm sure it ain't easy driving.
No, say he's got a dog, Jesse.
You'll get your chance. We all will.
Oh, she did the weird thing.
Thought I saw movement. I'll see what's up.
We good?
There's nothing here.
Oh my god.
Saw movement.
No, you didn't.
I'll check it out.
I got you covered. I saw something. Lee, look into it.
This is going poorly.
Whoa!
Trespassers! Stop them!
So we got that one weird movement RNG, but then I didn't want to keep going because of where the lady at the end was positioned. Because she was positioned weirdly, so. Little bit of improv. I'm actually surprised they lost me going upstairs. Like, I'm amazed that they're like, where did she go? It couldn't have been the only way out of here. I thought I was gonna have to do a bit of fighting up top there, but they lost me. No one pushed upstairs, so I just had to wait for a second to kill that guy. The true enemy, even against enemies.
Maybe.
Because wolves never look up. So true.
So what's the plan? We take these guys out
Yep,
and steal their
fuck
boat?
that particular
Definitely
glass.
taking their boat. It's up to them if they want to get in our way.
Hopefully it's a small crew.
Yeah. Jerk. Hi, Hockey. Appreciate it. We'll be ready to go in 30 minutes. Yeah, there's some movement tech with melee weapons in this game. Specifically the hammer, the wrench, and the crowbar. And using them makes you go faster. And there's some movement tech with some melee weapons that makes you go slower. Yeah, you just bring a freaking crowbar onto the racetrack.
Need a hand?
I didn't get the health upgrade.
I repeat, sniper sighted at the marina, likely a trespasser. Any nearby units report.
Forgot about that.
You four. Take the land
Just also
bridge to
working,
the
so
marina.
sorry I haven't been chatting. No, no worries.
hold here.
Appreciate you lurking at all. I really do, like, I know that a lot of people on this train are like, they're just gonna be hanging out and lurking the whole time. And I really do appreciate you all being here. Even if this isn't your cup of tea, it's pretty awesome. Didn't take any damage. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could get the upgraded health up top. If I'm really concerned. You love Last of Us? Nice. So I was actually in the Last of Us TV show. I got to be an extra. Because it actually filmed basically where I live. Yeah, that photo, there's a link there to my Twitter, which shows my photo. Oh, I'm a flex about that. Are you kidding? Of course this is me in the line to the radio. The famous elbow. Yeah, I mean, if I really wanted to, I could get the health up top. Just to be like 100% certain. Yeah, Soma gets it. Yeah, I had a scene with Pedro. He was there. I was there. I looked at him. He didn't know I existed. It was perfect.
Got the engine back up. Where should I put in?
Park it on the other side.
Welcome back, Woozer. I shitty joked him. I sure did. Yes, I will absolutely tell the Pedro joke after Maul. I'm not gonna go for the health pack. I feel like it's, or the upgrade, I feel like it's gonna throw everything off for me. Nice. So I will tell you all about how I made Pedro Pascal laugh.
Yes! Move in!
You got it!
And no damage Maul. Easy. Hi, Still. Thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. I guess I'll go get this stuff. So.
Okay. No one's following.
All right, I'm gonna tell the story of how I made Pedro Pascal laugh. Here, we'll go to my just chatting screen for this. So we were filming in an apartment complex in Calgary, where I live. And it was an actual like functional apartment building that they sort of took one of the hallways for and really distressed and like made scene appropriate. It's not invalid. There's a gameplay screen. I'm good at pointing because my camera... Anyway. And so we had all of the extras in there. So this was the scene for the radio. There was a whole bunch of us in this one hallway. And we were there for quite a long time, like a number of hours of like them filming it from all of the different angles, various variations to it and so on. And so I was positioned like second from the front to where like the line actually goes into the radio room. And so there was this one part where Pedro was waiting and they were filming inside the radio room. And so he was actually waiting out with us in the line, waiting for like the action to like, so he can walk into the room and they'll film him walking into the room. And since it was a functional apartment building, every now and then, like when a scene wasn't shooting, like you'd have a resident like wander out into the hallway. There was this one that came out like not wearing any shoes and like looking really grumpy that we existed. But so Pedro was out in the hallway, like with the few of us that were at the front of the line and like actually chatting with us. And he was really sweet. And so at one point he looked at the apartment building that was behind him, the door there. And he was like, hey, what if I like knock and like ask them to use their bathroom? Like, do you think they'd appreciate it? And I was like, that would make for a pretty shitty souvenir. And he laughed. He laughed. And then like that I peaked and I realized that I've peaked and I've been chasing that high ever since. Yeah, you could clip and command that story. That's actually a good idea, Zartleys. Although that's probably over a minute. We probably have to highlight it. Anyway, so I will get back to the run now, but there you are. It has been told. May it exist in perpetuity.
Right. Here's the Ferris wheel.
And now my chat has this ongoing joke that I sniffed Pedro Pascal and have sent me not one, but 2 Pedro Pascal scented candles. Smell that? Smells like Pedro Pascal. And I've smelled them and I can't confirm because I have not smelled Pedro. I have not opened them, no. Or like I've opened them, I have not burned them. Hi Randy, I am. I'm on antibiotics and I feel so much better today than I did a couple days ago or even yesterday. The people who sent Pedro Pascal candles are saints. Yes, loser.
Please go through.
They actually smell very similar. It's like they're very cinnamony, both of them. Pedro, I did see that. That was so good, Sophie. Pedro. I guess since I'm looting, I'm gonna go back to 60 before I do, It's just blades there. This was a waste of time. There's a canister? Bloated time indeed. So I actually don't need to do any ammo manipulation because I actually just have enough from looting. It's kind of funny. The only thing it would be if I want the pills and if I want to do the sniping up top. We're not getting all the way to the Endure though. Yeah, this is whole game. We won't be able to do a full attempt today, so we will continue this attempt tomorrow. If I'm still alive in approximately 20 minutes. And then tomorrow, the idea will be to get all the way to the beach. Whole game. You get increased health here, so we might as well get that. So, because there's 17. Do we even get enough to get all the way up to craft improved health kits? I don't think we do. In which case, I kind of just want to go through. Because there's a med kit and pills. That would be what I would be going for. Yeah, so I can look to improve my time if I complete this first one. So I would improve speedrun attempts for the follow-up attempts. Let's just confirm that I... Yeah, because I have 8 shotgun and 7 revolver. Holy. Here we go. So good at math for it. Yeah, so I'm not gonna do the sniping because I don't think it gets me anything. There was like alcohol or something up there, maybe. I'm gonna grab the rag. Because we didn't get full in terms of alcohol and rags. We actually had used enough that we didn't recover them all. Which is funny. That's not where I want to go. Although I don't need to go in here because it's just a canister. I don't feel like I need. This would be where I need to decide. So, because you get 12 plus 17, 29, and you get 6 incentive arbor. So it'd be improved health kits. I mean, we could do it just for fun. We could do the sniping just for fun. It would mean... It's just, the only thing is I have to make sure that I have enough revolver ammo if I don't get the headshots with the rifle. I don't know. Maybe that's just silly. Maybe we don't do that. Maybe I think we just go to the bloater. I think we just go to the bloater. Do it! But now I'm being peer pressured. Chat, what do you think? On 10 aim sensitivity, absolutely not. Do we go do the sniping from up top, or do we just go to the bloater? Run through? Jeevan wants it equals peer pressure. Sniper goes sniping. Does Jeevan's he's the box director for this month. And can most certainly delete your messages. Yep. Oh, that was even fierce. I think I'm just gonna go.
Damn it.
Maybe if there was alcohol or rags, but it's pills that aren't necessarily gonna get me to a skill that I really am prioritizing. Because yeah, better health kits are obviously nice, like any of the upgrades are nice, but I don't really need them. Because I came back and you're full screen, divulging details of Pedro's scent. I should have known better.
What? Of course. Would have been too easy.
I don't even know what's here if we don't get anything else. I mean, I guess I'll pick up the parts. Do we get shotgun stability, chat?
Damn.
No. Just in case it actually messes with how I do the bloater, I'm not getting shotgun stability. You're Jeevan's biggest lover. Damn. Can I go where you go? Can we always be this close forever and ever? Bum, bum, bum. You're my lover. I'm assuming that you were singing Taylor Swift, so I went with it. That's why I'm Brit's mod. Keep your enemies close.
Oh, shit! Howdy, owners! Wondered whether you fucks were in Seattle.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. GG! Ellie% done. Thank you, Mac, for the good luck. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Okay.
That's really sweet of you to
That
say.
damn Ferris wheel.
GG, Vin. It was not our cleanest Ellie%. Yeah, I know. Unless Mel. There's always Mel. So none of this ammo carries over. So on that note, weird little thing that you can do with these pool balls. They split. Why do they split? Couldn't tell you. Science. Because realism, my toaster. I love playing 32 ball pool. That's what good pool balls do. Oh, I guess I just don't play enough pool. He had no idea about the pool balls. That's funny. Wait, which crooked though, Slay? That will always make me laugh.
Almost there.
Crooked streams? No. No, he doesn't. Upper class high society, God's gift to ballroom notoriety, and I always fill my ballroom. The event is never small. The social pages say I've got the biggest balls of all. What is that? What song is that? You've seen Torpedo Boat in the area before, Arcane. I have, yes, Soma. This actually has worked out so well in terms of timing. Like, couldn't have planned for it better. Oh, AC/DC, yeah, my bad. Didn't know. I have not been known to listen to AC/DC, I will admit.
Let's do this.
I was born in the fires of chaos. I was born in the fires of butt. Love that for you, butt spot.
Okay. Abby, where are you?
Yep, that's what I wanted. That was exactly what I wanted. Perfect. I actually might be full on canister. Oh, I'm not. Cool. Honestly, knife movement is so much better in this area. But it's awkward the whole way. We don't need the binding. Excuse me. My bad. So grab these pills, but again, I don't even know if we're gonna get to a point where we upgrade anything else.
Where the fuck are you?
I'll toggle to alternate control. I put it on hold, right? Yeah. I was like, wait, you put it on tap. No. Buttspot was conceived with too many ghost peppers. It's like LA Day 2 was really good. LA Day 3 had the one flooded streets thing, just due to a shitty RNG, but I'm actually pretty happy with the recovery and improv I did there, so nothing to be too upset about. And loadout's pretty good for Santa Barbara. It's not like I'm not 100% on resources when I certainly could have been and should have been, but I know, I'm sorry. It's sleeping. Alice is sleeping. Hi, Davey. I know, it's brutal. This game is brutal. Crab door. Alrighty, that is Ellie percent basically done. We'll take it to the start of Abby percent, and then it's gonna be time to sign off. I actually like timed so well with the end of the raid train slot. And again, it's why I couldn't have done a speedrun attempt, because if we'd gotten here, like, this would have obviously been much farther in a run if it was speedrun than I would have had to just end. GG. Yep, I'm just finishing up the part of the run that I've been working on, and then we're gonna be heading on over. Thanks, Meadow. Cleaning up, yeah, 138k. That was a big return. Okay, sounds good. I appreciate you letting me know. I just want to do a little bit of sign off and then a little just, you know, appreciation spiel. Stoked you predicted yes, crushing it. Believe in me, it's just never go wrong. Oh, thanks, Ulfo. It's taken a lot of time. I do give myself credit that I am very good at this game, but that is after hours and hours of not only practicing, but watching other people that are better than me and learning from them. Like, there are a lot of people that I owe a lot of credit to that, if I hadn't gone to them, I would have struggled. Like, I am such a student when it comes to this kind of stuff. You bet the odds. Never bet the odds when it's on Ellie Day 3. Unless it's in a speedrun tournament. Then apparently I die on Ellie Day 3. But I'm not salty. I'm not salty at all. And there's Abby. Alright, so I'm just gonna show this end screen. So 342.49 our Ellie percent. Normally, so on a speed run, I would be here at 2:24-ish. So by being safer, we were like an hour and 20 minutes slower.